right, guys, let's start the show. Watch Market Monday. We're going to talk about the British watchmakers, and then we'll talk a little bit about what's going on the watch market. I just recently sold my Air King for 7,300. Lost a couple of $100 on it, and probably a couple of $1,000 if I have invested that money into something smart or smarter. I think maybe not losing 7,000 is a benefit in of itself. Like that's pretty cool. Some people spend their money on drugs and then it's gone. I was able to get most of my money back out of the Air King. So that's a I think that's a happy story right there in of itself. Anyways, guys, let's start the show. The link is pinned. I'm gonna start out with the British watchmakers. Uh, I attended last year. You guys may remember with the red shovel. We loved it. It's a lot of fun. I gotta be honest. The energy, the indie watch brand vibes, community. It's very cool opportunity to get out there and meet some people in the real life. Some enthusiastic, maybe a bit naive watch collector. So it's a cool experience. I felt like going behind the scenes of the watchmaking culture versus kind of staged booths at a big fair, right? Because these indies, it's very different. It's a lot more personal than when you go to a show like Watches and Wonders, right? Watches and Wonders, those are mega corporations, multi-billion-dollar powerhouses, making watches at massive scales. And there is some bigger brands that are involved with the British watchmakers. There is the biggest independent of them all, the Mr. Roger Smith, who, well, this is a great opportunity to meet the man who is probably currently the most renowned watchmaker on the planet. I mean, he's kind of like a titan, like Philip Dufour of Switzerland. Philip Dufour is Swiss. Roger Smith is British. But if I had to put these guys head to head, Roger Smith, I think, would be the bigger name. Although I love both dearly. They're very different. They're very different watches. It's almost tough kind of saying one is better than the other because the stylistically, it's you're gonna like one over the other based on what your personal tastes are. But they're both top players. So if you're planning to go uh, to British watchmakers, great opportunity to meet Roger Smith, but also you can get to meet other small brand founders. You can have real conversations with them, not sales pitches. There is, yeah, it's really fun. It's like everybody's got to start out somewhere, right? We're here to meet brand founders in person, and that's what this show is all about. I've had a few watchmakers, smaller watchmakers on the streams in the past. We might invite more people in the future. It depends how it's all going. But yeah, so for those who've never been to British watchmakers, yes, it's a gathering of independent British watch brands. They try to focus on craft, small runs. They're going to be doing a small runs of special editions for the event. So all the participating brands, they have an option to make something special for the event. Um, and to get involved with the community. It's a big contrast, big contrast. There's going to be brands from England, Wales, Scotland, unique and a lot of unique regional showcases. Um, let's see. Let's see what the website says here. Just scroll down. Let's see. Makers. Right. We can click here. Meet the makers. See what do we got? Meet the makers. Abinger, Accurist, Adley, Area, Elkin, Alstra, Anoma. Right, as you can see, Bamford, of course, Bremont, Benjamin James, all kinds of new kids on the block. Christopher Ward is going to be there. I bet Adrian will be there. Maybe doing a limited run of his Bark and Jack watches. Maybe he'll have 5 specifically saved just to sell at the British watchmakers. I don't know. It's just my guess. What I would do if I was in the business of selling watches. Last time Adrian had a coffee booth. Let's see what else. There's gonna be some clock watchmakers. Hey, shout out to the Watch Apprentice. He's going on a Saturday. Here you go. If anybody is going, let us know. You guys can meet up, grab some coffee. We're not going this year, unfortunately, also because there is a Barossa event happening here in New York City. So I got to be at this one. But I would have loved to go there again and just, chill out, interview. Wow, look at this. There's so many more brands, I think. This is, at the end of the day, this is good for the watch industry. There's so much diversification. I don't know if obviously not all of these brands will go on to do, you know, great things, but this is an opportunity for collectors to meet the founders and really, find the best of the best and maybe help invest in a like an early business, right? By buying a watch, be an early adopter of something that they find that they truly believe in, right? Uh, I can't go because man, the flights, accommodations, tickets, logistics, it's expensive, guys. As a collector, you have to budget experiences with purchases, and we're gonna I still wanna do coverage of many upcoming watch events, so that's why we're going to Miami, which is much more affordable for me, and I feel like, I'll have more stuff to show you in a shorter time because this is a very specialized event, and, I think Miami Antique Show it just fits my community a little bit better because, I personally I'm actually, you know what? The both would be nice. I would have loved to cover both because this is the new stuff. Some of this stuff potentially could be a future classic, but we're going to be looking at the treasures that could be found at the antique show. I think antique shows is where the future actually is because there's just so many new brands that could be created. And it's so much more easier to make watches now than back in the day. So, anyways, yo, Kojak Kronos is gonna be there Saturday as well. Well, it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be fun. Kojak, maybe Mothred will come down. It would be, last year I had a lot of fun. I actually bought the Studio Underdog Fears collab watch, the Gimlet. That's where the craze started. and then I followed it up with the Manhattan. Maybe Kojak will buy himself a cocktail themed Fears watch. That would work really well with your character, Kojak. You know what? Like, out of all the watches, you should have the three cocktail watches, not the three Monicas. Right? Think about it: the Gimlet, the Manhattan, and what was the other one? They made another one. I think it was like that orange one, vodka and orange juice. What is that? Vodka and orange juice. Well, whatever it is. But yeah, we got to choose our battles here on the show. But I highly recommend everybody who is already in England and you don't have to get accommodations. You're already there. This is a watch event you don't want to miss because they're really, I think, doing fantastic job. Every year, the British Watchmakers has become bigger, better, more sophisticated, more brands, more kind of demand. There's more customers, and they're putting on, uh, I think, like good shows. There's good stuff that they do there. Uh, yeah, I mean, where else do you get to meet watchmakers face to face, ask them the tough questions about their brand? Nowhere else. You can't. You can get insight into manufacturing. You can ask literally the watchmaker the the story behind the brand. It's really cool, and there's gonna be ultra limited drops. Like for example, here we got an article. This one is on the all the limited editions that will be presented at the show. This is the Zero West special edition for the British watchmakers. It's got some British highlights like the flag, the colors. Oh, hey, speaking of watch enthusiasts, Thomas Burnett. Thomas,
Hi there. Yeah,
hey,
it's
did you
gonna
see
be
it?
it's gonna be an awesome time. It's gonna be really good. It's more than just a watch show. It's a coming together of watch enthusiasts.
Yes.
It's a real chance to come together. There's watch clubs, there's watch groups, there's all sorts of different different clubs from around the country, around Scotland, Wales, Ireland, England that come together at British Watchmakers Day, and it's expanded so much this year from last year that they've got 3 time slots now, so you can only spend 3 hours there rather than last year where you spend the full day. Or
Hmm.
we had 2 time slots. It's now 10 o'clock till 1 o'clock, 1 o'clock till 4 o'clock, and 4 o'clock till 7 p.m. So 3 different time slots so that they can fit as many people in as possible. It's going to be
Wow.
the Cathy Oldsley, who organises Cathy and her husband, who organise it, do a brilliant job in organising it, and yeah, they really do an amazing job, and yeah, brilliant. Full
I
respect to them, full maximum respect to them for organising it, and
That's right. I would add that there's a reason that they're able to expand it from just having one slot to then two slots and now three slots. That just shows the incredible growth and
absolutely,
interest in
yeah,
the British watchmaking. There's
absolutely,
so much interest, so much enthusiasm.
yeah,
Uh, People are really, really genuinely interested and they're engaged and they keep coming back year after year. This is,
absolutely,
there's going to be not just people who attended for the past 5 years but there's going to be new people, and that's why they're able to
Yeah.
continue and grow this out.
Yeah, and the Watchmakers Club, headed up by Hamish, is going to be having an after show at one of the pubs. So they're going to be having a after party where you can share the watches you bought, or just share watches you bring down, and have another social gathering until 10 o'clock.
Wait, what is this? Where is this?
It's
What's going on?
it's a pub. It's just let me check.
Uh-huh.
It's going to be at the. Let me just get there. After show meetup at the Royal Oak Pub.
Oh, the Royal Oak Pub.
I think we went there last year, didn't we?
We did.
There's a talk by oh, what's he called?
While you're pulling it up, I'm just very quickly gonna catch up on some of these member chats. Shout out to
Yeah,
Cloud
sure.
Ken, who's been a member for 19 months. He says, Tim, streaming at McDonald's equals fun. Other streams at McDonald's are gay. Well, we're doing it sarcastically. It's not really a serious thing, but it turned out to be a really wholesome live stream, I think. A lot of people enjoyed it, and we had just the best time there. It was probably the worst place to go for me after breaking a fast. So it nearly killed me. Nearly killed me. JDMTL says, Tim, do you need a new sponsor, buddy? Just ask and your wish will come true. And he has a wizard waving a magic wand. I don't know what that means. I don't know what it means. You mean you want me to ask the wizard to sponsor the live streams? Again, no thanks. And Double D says, I keep coming back to this show week after week, and it doesn't mean I like it. It means I have severe emotional problems.
Me too, Double D. Me too. Me too.
Oh, this watches, man. It's a crazy hobby.
But yeah, so yeah, another show in the calendar, like you say, like Watches and Wonders, like Dubai Watch Week, like Geneva Watch Days, like all the shows in America wind up, Watch Time, Intersect. Yeah, it's
You know
just
what I
another.
like about the British watchmakers is the intersect of different watchmakers that are going to be there, because we'll have people who are just getting into making watches for the first or
Oh
second or
yeah,
even
yeah,
third year. And then we have people at the pinnacle, at the highest level of watchmaking. Somebody like Roger Smith, right? An inspiration
yeah,
that every watchmaker, anyone who's starting out in making watches, I mean, they should look at this guy, at the passion, the skill that this man has, and this is something that they should strive to one day to get to this level. Okay,
yeah,
in some way, maybe
yeah.
not making watches by hand, right? The way he does,
Sure.
but there is the level of passion, right? His his skill is in be able to make it by hand, but you know, just the dedication to the watches. I mean, the technical, like somebody could be this passionate into watches. Maybe they can spend their time doing other stuff, in to make a watch. It doesn't necessarily have to be making the watches by hand. But there's other stuff. You could still have watches with Salida movement that but what it requires is it's the dedication. Like, they will have to, in order to come up with something new and push the boundaries of innovation, they will have to spend this many hours, learning and understanding, like case manufacturing or maybe dial craftsmanship, because they need to do something. And like, if these brands are going to survive, or if they're going to become important in the future, they have to find what it is that they are good at. That's why, Thomas, when Daniel Katz showed us that dial that was made by a sewing machine,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
That's why I really love that dial, because it is
Slovakian
something.
company, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, because that is something so unique. I mean, that gentleman, I mean, he had some next level understanding of how to run and operate that sewing machine in order to
Sure.
make it make that type of a dial. It's not just something he came up over in a day. There is so much to it. So these craftsmen, they have to dedicate their lifetimes to a certain aspect of a watch in order to make them to stand out. And I hope that they get inspired whilst they're in the
Yeah.
company of fellow watchmakers.
I mean, last year I think there were nearly 100 brands or something there, something ridiculous. And I met a brand that had been going a year, Helicon. They'd only
Mm.
been going a year, and they were doing the beginning Microbrand thing. They were buying their cases, they were buying movements, they were just assembling them. But they're starting, and they're good for them. They're starting up, and as you say, it goes up to brands which are making their own cases and they're designing their own cases and getting those made and making their own movements, getting them decorate the movements, and then you go to Roger Smith, who I think he first opened his workshop in the Isle of Man in 1997, if my memory serves me correctly, and then started his brand in 2001. So he's got his 25-year anniversary this year. But he's
25-year anniversary.
20th anniversary of his brand, yeah. He's now employing, as we saw him in Dubai Watch Week, he's now employing 7 watchmakers that each make a watch themselves, which takes them 4 months, 5 months, I think. They're putting out 20 watches a year. It's just amazing. Just the watches we saw. I mean, I was with the Watch Apprentice in Dubai, and we saw the level of watchmaking was just amazing.
Off the charts.
Yeah, really was.
Speaking of being off the
Kojak,
charts, Kojak, welcome
how you
to
doing, brother?
the
How you doing,
show.
guys? You all right?
Yeah, all right, man.
You've been off
Testing.
the map for a while. You make it back? You make it back home
Yeah,
safe?
yeah. Got back over the weekend.
Good stuff.
I wasn't sure if we were doing cocktails last night, but it sounds like you found a place to serve the cocktails. So my services no longer necessary. Fuck you very much, Tim.
Dude.
Thank you very much.
You've been made redundant, Kojak.
I've been made redundant. I've been handed my P45, and that is it. Where's my pension? So
Yesterday I've had the least drinks I've ever had, and I was the drunkest I've ever been at the same time.
that's
and
okay,
and also it was the least food I've ever eaten and the fullest I've ever been. I thought I was gonna die. That's how full I was.
Yeah.
And I somehow made it. And then today I had hell of a morning. But luckily everything went
Mhm.
through. No, at no point, I felt like I'm gonna need to call 911. There was
Yeah.
some discomfort, but then after a cleansing session, I feel great, and I've had great lunch today. I'm doing another 3-day fast until the big crew comes down. So it's all
Yeah.
good. No, no,
Yeah.
we need your services
I'm
because
joking. I'm
I
joking.
can't be I can't be going out like that. Traveling that to such far off lands.
But you've now got Christopher Ward, sorry, Roger Smith and Mike France from Christopher Ward, who are heading the alliance of British watch and clockmakers,
Correct.
who are putting on this event, the British Watchmakers Day. Sorry, Carl, do you want to say something? Do you want to go
No,
ahead?
no. I was just saying that. Yeah, I'm looking forward to. I'm not. I'm I'm a little bit conflicted about this Saturday because I'm going there to really test my resolve to not be lulled into buying some more watches because
Yeah,
I want to focus on some other timepieces, but I don't want to deny myself the opportunity to see some of these watches close up and in person because
absolutely.
we're coming up to, like it's 2026. Lots of watch events are already penned in. We've heard that London Watch Week will be back later this year. We've heard, we got D Time Love putting together his Driven by the Dial event, I think
Yeah,
in
absolutely.
August,
In
September.
September. Yeah,
September
September.
time, which he's going to do it out in Cyprus first, then he'll do a pre thing at the end of August, and then the September event proper. And then you've obviously got the British Watchmaker show, and they all cater to different aspects of watches of watchmakers. So and then obviously you have Watches of Wonders and other events around the world as well. So, but for those that are based in the UK, particularly those based in London, why not? It's if you're part of the British Watchmakers membership, you get free tickets to the event.
Yeah, absolutely. I got
So,
free ticket.
Oh. What is going on here, Daniel?
I'm just reporting
Is it?
on
Are you
on.
are you are you joining in as Daniel or as Daniela?
No, I'm joining as Danielle, not Daniela. I'm on location. I don't want to interrupt.
Uh-oh.
At
too late.
faux.
Too late, yeah.
Oh my god. You getting some pho? I like to get pho. I should have gotten pho today. Now that I think about it, it's great
Oh,
like after you have long day of drinking, long night
yeah,
of drinking
yeah.
to cleanse your
Okay,
system. So you're gonna get some pho right now?
well, no, I'm just getting a rice noodle thing here at
Ooh.
faux, not
Well,
the traditional faux that roommate would approve of. It's just something light. So, you know,
wow, very nice. Where
so,
did you get the scarf? Did you rob a madam on the way here?
no, I did not. Oh, hi, Thomas. I'm going to let you go because there's too much noise and people don't want me yapping in here. I'll try to join later tonight.
All right, Danielle.
Okay.
Enjoy the pho. What watch
Yes,
are
sir.
you wearing?
Yeah.
Um, wearing my,
Whoa.
the date
Okay.
just.
The date
Okay.
just. Very nice. Very
Yeah.
nice.
Okay. All right.
Enjoy the pho, Daniel. Pho off.
Okay.
Get the
Yeah.
pho off here.
Get the pho
Yeah.
off of here.
Okay.
What?
Okay. Professor Troublemaker Kojak. Professor Troublemaker. Okay. I'll talk to
Yep.
you later.
All
Oh,
right.
this is my, I'm having my, vegetable, whatever cigars, as
Do
you can
us a
see.
favor, Daniel. On the
Yeah.
way home, stop by somewhere in the park and burn the scarf in the dumpster.
Goodbye. Bye. All right. See you guys later.
Take
See you
care.
Okay.
later, Daniel.
What the hell? Where did he get that?
Get the
Okay.
pho out of here.
What the heck? Well, he's having soup again, which
Ugh.
there you go. Man, he's just He loves that soup. You know what? Actually, that's a smart thing. I should have went and had some pho, because after yesterday, that would have been good.
Another
But
thing
yeah,
is
uh-huh.
British Watchmakers Day is a great chance, and I know this from some of the brand owners. It's a great chance for the brand owners to network and bounce ideas off each other and get to know how they make their watches and go about making their watches and go about their development of their timepieces, and it's a great way for them to sort of
That's right. That's right, Thomas.
bounce ideas off each other, and not necessarily bounce ideas off each other, but get to know each other and network a bit more and keep in touch with each other, because it's an essential part of watchmaking. I think that is to stay in touch with other watchmakers rather than it's a very isolated business, can be a very isolated business, watchmaking and designing, and I think it's very healthy for watchmakers to have an alliance where they can, spread their wings and meet up with each other.
So, Tom, are you going on Saturday then as well?
Yeah, I am. I'm Kodak. Yeah, I'll see you there.
Which session are you going for?
I'm going 1 o'clock, 4 o'clock.
Snap. So I think you, me, and Watch Apprentice will be.
Yeah, I'm meeting up with Watch Apprentice so beforehand.
Oh yeah, okay, right.
Yeah. Fantastic.
Well, let me know, and if I'm around, I can meet me up beforehand if you want.
Yeah.
If you don't, then I won't take it personally.
Yeah, guys, you should probably meet up in the city, grab yourself English breakfast together.
Oh,
right?
God, no.
Just chill out, just join up, chill out, bring some watches. You could just hang out a little bit and then go hit the event together. That's the best way to do it.
Tom, you mentioned that there was some meetup after.
Well, that's the official meetup, but I'm sure plenty of people will be doing their own meetups afterwards. So
okay. Oh, it'd be nice to.
I'm getting the 9. I've got the 9 o'clock train back up north. So.
Oh, I see. Okay.
So I'm free to do whatever until.
Yeah. Well, we can do something afterwards anyway.
Yeah, sure. Great.
We have to wait for the official thing, but no, I mean, I think these events. You were saying, Tom, something which I found interesting, is that the watchmakers themselves do use these events to sort of network. But I also think it's a good litmus test to see how it's going down with the general public, what they're offering. It's not like when people go to the effort of visiting the watchmaker in their studio, their maison or whatever, because that's a captive market. Yeah. But to see people queuing or not queuing to see your watches, that's going to be quite an emotional psychology there going on. Why are people queuing for Christopher Ward and not for me? Why are they queuing for Vertex or whoever it may be, and no interest in mine? And I think maybe some of these watchmakers, because there's so many watchmakers now in the UK.
Absolutely. And last year we had that incredible hype for everyone to get the gimlet, didn't we? So everyone rushed to Studio Underdog.
Exactly.
Everyone rushed to Studio Underdog.
You'd have to be an absolute. You'd have to be an absolute moron to buy one of those pieces.
You had this queue coming round of people queuing up just for the hype, watch, and it's a shame because people get distracted and they don't spread their wings enough and don't go and search the other brands. But it'll be interesting to see what it's like this year, because there hasn't been a hype watch as such generated this year. Although there are a lot of
they did the pizza watches again, haven't they? So they've got the cheese slice and the burnt pepperoni. but
Right.
they're already starting to deliver them. They're going to do the same thing as they did with the pizza watch a couple of
In
years ago.
2004, 24. Yeah.
24, yeah. So
Yeah.
they you know, like they've
Andrew
got
Cutchin and Richards
yeah,
with the chef's hats on.
yes. But
Yeah.
they're going to be. I think they started delivery in New York. I think
Right.
this
Okay.
this past week. So some people are starting to get them, but I
More
suppose
power
they'll
to them.
push.
Yeah.
I think they'll. Yeah, I mean the thing is, like, love them or hate them, they do capture people's imagination to want to come to the show. And if you come to the show and maybe don't even end up buying that particular watch, you'll probably sort of mill around and have a look at what else is out there.
Absolutely.
So
Yeah.
it's and as far as watch events go, putting to one side that it's British watches only, and I know how some people feel about British watches. You
Sure.
get to actually see these things up and personal. They don't mind you
Absolutely.
touching them and feeling them, because these are unlike Watches and Wonders, which is usually behind a bulletproof glass or
Yeah.
whatever. You can't even take decent photos. It's at least, you know, they got the right idea here, and they go like, well, no one's going to get rich by stealing these watches.
No. These are on
Right.
tables on full display, so you can pick them up, try them on. You can talk to the makers about the watch, and you know they can tell you all about them. Hopefully, sell you one. You know, and no, but they're not being pushy. They're not pushy at all. Are these people? You know, the watchmakers. They want to educate you. They want to. They're very open and very open and just willing to, happy to that you're interested, so flattered that you're interested a lot of the time.
Yeah, but I mean, let's make no bones about it. They're there to sell watches as well.
Sure, it's business.
But I mean, hopefully, the British Watchmakers Day won't be as disastrous as the Watch Pro salon event last November, which was absolutely horrendous. This is the one, Timmy, that you couldn't make it because the plane was delayed or had an issue. Yeah,
there is God after all. Save his $600. Timmy can't afford this.
You made money on the deal by not turning up. It's like it's like the producers, like that film, The Producers. We can make more money by making an absolute failure, and you managed to turn a situation to your financial benefit. Whilst poor idiots like poor old Manny, came all the way to London, and it literally took him about 90 seconds to walk around the whole thing and go, okay, we're done. It was just like,
at least you were there to save him out of it. Imagine if he just went there just because you saw the advert, and
we had Red Shovel and the Watch Apprentice. That was good to meet up.
Yeah, it was good that at least you guys were able to just hang out and turn a disaster into just a cool, good times. But
yeah, we spent more time outside the event.
You see, it's a lot of this is not about the watch. Like the watch, the product of itself is good, but then you have to have the right marketing strategy around it. And I think this is what is good for these watchmakers. They can all meet up and they can watch how these different watchmakers, what marketing strategies they deploy, and how that affects. Because sometimes you might have a really good product and it doesn't sell, and then other people, they have shit product and it sells like crazy. And then obviously you would think that if somebody has good product, then it will sell, but that's not necessarily true. So it's important for watchmakers to not just make good watches, but understand the market and what people want, so that they're selling it correctly to the people. Not not boasting certain specs that nobody cares about. You know what I mean? Like that's what's super important. The strategy And
Yeah.
and you know what else? This is really good about learning about how business works, because there's going to be people from every part of wristwatch making business,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
you can have great time. You can have great time interviewing, chatting with all these different people, and then if you yourself ever wanted to start a business, uh, the entire network is there. I mean,
Mm,
if you wanted to start a watchmaking business, you can go to British Watchmakers. You can interview. You can find a network, and you can
mm.
start your watch company tomorrow.
And
But
the good thing about the British watchmakers, say, it's not pretentious like these other ones that are like the one in Dubai or Geneva and stuff like that. You don't
yeah,
need a Geneva wash bag underneath your armpit to feel to feel welcome at this
yeah.
event.
Yeah, it's
So
a lot more humble, and
yeah.
it's a lot more like they want, like, the end of the day, what they want is they want more people getting into the business of making watches, because the more
Mm,
people are making watches, it actually raises the bar for
Yeah.
everybody, and everybody wins because it's
That's what the
motivation.
alliance. That's what the Alliance of British Watch and Clockmakers is all about. It's about
mm,
generating interest and and
And
positivity. Yeah.
yeah, and creating competition, and because competition is what's really good at stimulating and invigorating the market, and actually pushing the technology further. Like Roger Smith, he needs some other watchmakers who are going to try to be as good as he is, because that's going to motivate him to push his watchmaking further so he gets better. You understand, guys? So it's
mm.
like everybody, it's a win for everybody. Let me just turn on the lights here. Just give me a second.
The Double D is saying, "Will they let Kojak in if it's not pretentious?" That's Jesus Christ, Double
Oh,
D.
Double
Yeah, that's
D.
he is vicious. He's a
Oh,
savage.
savage, savage.
Oh dear. Uh, so, did I hear correctly the other day that Double D? It was Double D's birthday recently. Am I? Did I hear that correctly, Tim?
Gotta be honest, I was so wasted. I don't.
Well, if it was Double D's birthday, then obviously I wish him,
He's
albeit
hungover.
belatedly,
He hungover
uh, a,
too.
hap- a happy birthday. There you go.
Happy birthday, Double D.
Yeah,
Whether it was or wasn't, we
it
still want
doesn't
to
matter.
wish you an
Eventually, it will
early
be.
or a late
Yeah,
happy birthday. Someday it's
yeah,
gonna be his birthday, so
yeah.
we'll pre birthday him.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean,
You
I
guys
did a
want?
show. The last
Uh,
escapement show we did was about limited edition watches, and
Uh huh.
yeah,
I mean, Seiko do have been known to do There's a Seiko release the other week, which was a limited edition of 7,500, and that's just bizarre. I mean, but here you're getting real limited editions. You're getting limited editions from 3, which is just APR, up to 50. Now they're real
yeah,
limited edition watches. They're
yeah.
real limited editions.
Let's talk.
This one I love. This one's by APR. It's the dial is done by Chris Alexander, the dial artist who you've had on the show.
Ah, yes.
So
Is
he's hand painted this, and it's a map of the underground, the London Underground.
No
Yeah,
fucking
it's a
way.
map of the London Underground that would go out. So
Mm,
he's hand painted a map on here and also on the rotor on the back. And this is limited to 3 watches. This one, it's going to go for £3,000, but the case is like a sort of I'm trying to think what it's made of.
It's
It's
3D printed titanium.
that's it, 3D printed titanium. Yeah,
Oh, I interviewed actually the watchmakers on the show. They were here in Brooklyn when they
really.
launched. Yeah, when they launched their The one with like spider web dial. What do they call it? Let me see what that model was called. The Gen 1.
Oh, yes,
When
yes.
they launched Gen 1, they did it here in New York City. I was live streaming the event. Incredible stuff. And so they did this collab with them. Wow. So
Chris
it's
Alexander.
yeah. So this is like you said it's painted. So you're using some type
And
of
Chris Alexander, the
is that
dial
like
art it's
enamel?
had on the
Yeah,
show.
it looks like enamel. You can see the as
It's
it curves
enamel.
up.
It's enamel. Yeah, it's enamel.
Holy shit. No way. It's an enamel.
Look at that.
What the
You can
fuck?
see clearly because of the way it rises up at the boundaries.
Dude, that is that is really incredible. You know what? Big ups to Chris Alexander and the team at Apair to pull this off. That's probably going to be one of the cheapest enamel dial watches somebody can get
Yeah,
their hands
only
on.
3 pieces though. So it's using a Recuperate G101. So it's
Mhm.
the grey movement.
And
Yeah.
also like the map of the London Underground. What a
Yeah.
like another
Well,
incredible souvenir to take
it's not
home.
an actual map of the London Underground because that's trademarked. This is
Oh.
obviously like a deconstructed or rather a more
Yeah.
gobbledygook version of the London Underground. Can you imagine
What? It's
relying on this?
trademark? No fucking
Yeah,
way.
you can't recreate the image of the London Underground because it's trademarked.
No way. What?
Yeah.
It's public.
No, it's not.
No.
You can't.
Yo.
Yeah, it's
I never
the
heard of this.
signs of the stations, they're all trademarked. You can't use those images, not for commercial ventures anyway.
Wowzers.
I
Okay.
remember taking photographs at a particular station. I think it's
Yeah.
St. John's Wood have these sort of dramatic elevators, and
Yeah.
I was just a student at the time, and I just got my tripod out with my medium format camera out there. And
Uh-huh.
then within a minute, somebody was coming down and says, "You can't take photos. Do you have a license to take photos?" Blah blah blah. I'm just taking a photograph for my own personal use, but because it was on a tripod and a medium format camera, they obviously thought it was something that it wasn't. But it said, "No,
Oh, they
you
thought
can't."
maybe it was like for a commercial use or something.
No, but it wasn't. It wasn't. It was just for.
I love this watch. If I could afford it, I'd buy
Wow.
it. I'd be in line to buy one.
Do we know what the price?
Yeah, what's the price on this one?
£3,000.
Mm.
That is really cheap. Very affordable.
Yeah.
Speaking of
think-
cheap, Double D is saying, "No, I was just upset when it was my B day. I didn't get a call. Must be because I don't have a Porsche." I don't have a Porsche either. I don't know.
I have a Porsche Double D.
I
Ouch.
don't have a Porsche either.
Ouch.
You must be
When is
confusing me with Red Shovel or other people have. I mean, Double D, what Porsche would you like to have?
wow.
What Porsche would you like?
That is the
have?
question.
That is a
I
question.
think he's an Aston Martin guy. Because
Ah.
he looks kind of like Daniel Craig, right? Like
Mm,
Double D is Daniel Craig without the hair. Literally,
maybe-
like he's built like Daniel Craig.
No, if you
Just-
look at Double D, he looks like Daniel Craig's penis.
Let me show you this picture from yesterday. Hold on a second. Where is it?
Shaken, not stirred.
Shaken, not stirred. Too late.
Do you know originally it wasn't the phrase they used. It was shaken and not stirred. But they shortened it during filming to shaken, not stirred because it sounded better.
Unbelievable. Was it so there's a lot of conspiracies around shaken, not stirred. Some say, oh, he wants it shaken because actually I think it should be stirred, not shaken, right?
Correct.
There's this yes. So he wants it stirred, not shaken because the conspiracy theory is that like you get less alcohol to the top. If he sips just from the top, the alcohol will settle to the bottom, so he'll be less
No,
drunk. So he
no,
can take on
no, no.
the
You
bad
don't.
guys.
Generally speaking, yeah, there you go. You see, look. Now, just imagine that coming out of Daniel Craig's
Yeah.
pants. That's what he looks like. His penis. Anyway, so the shaken not stirred thing, it just sounds better, doesn't it? Then
Shaken, not stirred.
because you wouldn't normally say to a cocktail maker to your bartender, stir it, because that's what they do with martinis. They stir them. So
Mhm.
you're being, yeah, he's just being contrarian. Maybe
Mhm.
he just wants to show that he's a disruptor, wants to
Yeah.
be slightly different. There is no medical, considering when he
But
when he
when you
orders the
shake it,
vest.
you bruise the
Yeah,
gin.
there is that, but there's no. He says because his first time he orders a martini in the book, it's a Vesper martini. He's with Felix Leiter, and he makes the order. He places the order. There's so much alcohol in what he orders, and he turns around and he says to Felix Leiter, "I don't like to something like I don't like to drink. I don't like lots of drinks, but when I do have a drink, I want it to be large. I want it to be well made and incredibly cold and incredibly strong." So, he's admitting to Felix Leiter, the CIA counterpart, that he's only going to have one drink, but it's going to be the biggest drink you can probably ever get in a bar.
Uh-huh. And so he wants to be you think he wants to be a contrarian?
I think I mean, if you look at the books, though, there's obviously a little bit of artistic license. In the books, he drinks. Yeah, in the movies, we know him to drink the Vesper Martini once and once only, or what in one movie and one movie only, just like in the books. Then he switches to vodka martinis in the movies, but in the books, he drinks vodka martinis and gin martinis roughly in the same proportions. But the number one drink he drinks in the books is a whiskey highball, whiskey with soda. That's what he drinks in the books.
Mhm.
So it's not even it's just that the transition from the page to the movies, they came up with this contracted saying of shaken not stirred,
Shaken.
and it just stuck, and they ran with it, and they've been running with it ever since then.
It doesn't make sense, right? 'Cause, he should be in the books,
Mm.
he gets it, stirred, right? Not shaken.
No, I think in the book, no, in the book he calls for it to be shaken and not stirred.
Really?
Yeah,
Are you sure?
yeah, I'm pretty sure
A
it was
lot
in
of there's some confusion here.
Casino Royale.
Let's see. Pull it up. We need to fact check this really quickly.
Shaken.
Because this is important. We want to make sure we got the correct information. Mike Lewis says, I don't have a Porsche either. Mickey has a Porsche. And Mickey replies, leave me out of this discussion. It's the UK. They should care who has a Fiat Typo.
Tipo.
Tipo. Tipo.
Fiat Tipo.
Fiat Tipo.
Hold on. Oh, hold on a second. We have a picture that we took a few minutes later with Daniel Craig. Okay, so check this out. He didn't want to be on the live stream, but then later he jumped in. So this is just off the stream.
Yeah.
Got it. There you go. You see, look, it might as well be Double D. Unbelievable.
Mm. Okay, so the original quote in the novel Casino Royale, as I mentioned before, Bond is with Felix Leiter, and he tells the bartender just a dry martini, one in a deep champagne goblet, so not a martini glass, one of these big bowly things. 3 measures of Gordon's, 1 of vodka, half a measure of Quina Lillet. Shake it very well until it's ice cold. then add a large thin slice of lemon peel. So he didn't even in the novel. It didn't say
Ah,
shaken, not stirred. It was in the screenplay that it became shaken and not stirred, and then it became shaken, not stirred. But the first person to shake shaken, not stirred was not James Bond in the movies.
oh.
Do you know who it was?
The barmaid.
No.
It was the villain.
It was the villain, Doctor No.
Fuck.
Yeah. So it was
Well, now
first
it all
spoken
makes
by
sense.
Doctor No in the film rather than Bond. But it's interesting that they played up to this issue about shaken not stirred, stirred not shaken, all that sort of stuff, because there was a scene in the 2006 movie Casino Royale where he's at the bar, he's asking for a martini, and and the barman says to him shaken or stirred, and Bond turns around and says, "Do I look like I give a damn?" not, not even James Bond, who gives a shit. He just wants to do it to be contrarian. This is just, it's like saying, you have a ride at you're a rock star and you want a rider, you want
It's
blue M&Ms only.
yeah.
That's just to see if they are paying attention to what you want. That's I think that's the same thing with James Bond. He just wants to be noticed, to
You
be
know
awkward.
what? It maybe it is a reference to to Doctor No. Like
Mhm.
he does it as a reference. It's a call out, right? It's like a secret handshake. He's doing it kind of psychologically, right? Oh, if this is how Doctor No orders it, then he's gonna order it the same way to just mess with him. You know what I mean?
Well, it's confusing because the films were filmed out of sequence from the novels. So Casino Royale is the first story in the novels of James Bond,
Hmm.
and Doctor No, I think, was the third or fourth book or whatever. But for
And
whatever
he
reason,
tries to get into the villain's head by drinking the way he drinks. Do you understand? It's like
yeah.
psychological warfare.
But Doctor No was making him a drink and
Yeah,
proving that he knows who James Bond is by ordering the drink that he would drink. So
yeah.
it wasn't
So it
like
was the so it was
let me
the villain was
yeah, yeah,
trying to right. Okay, so wow, pretty good stuff. Pretty good stuff.
yeah,
You
yeah,
know, it's kind of like knowing how your nemesis likes to order McDonald's. You know, like
yeah,
I'll have a quarter pounder, no pickles with spicy mayo, right?
yeah.
Let's just hypothetically speaking, right? And
It'd be like,
then
yeah, it'd be like trying to teach you to eat fish and chips with the fish and chips paper included, like Martha did to you all those years ago.
did he do that? Son of a bitch.
Yeah.
Oh,
Son
dear.
Didn't
of
he
a
get you
bitch.
to eat? Didn't he say it was tradition to eat the paper that the fish and chips
Oh,
was wrapped in?
It was so grease soaked. I thought, it would probably digest as and because in Ukraine, they would
Yeah,
use toilet paper as filler in low grade like bologna, like meat
really?
bologna. Yeah, 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 to fill it
Blimey.
up and make it look like there's more meat. These people they would put in the lowest grade, right? The lowest, the cheapest. It would be bolstered with like some toilet paper because it's not actually bad for you. You know, you can eat paper. Let's just come out. There's no calorie,
Mm.
nothing in it. But yeah. Oh, by the way, this was later that night when we were ordering the martinis with
Oh,
Daniel
God.
Craig. Daniel. By the way, the gentleman in between us, that's Humble Pine. Good times yesterday.
Good.
Um, but yeah, let's just going back here to the
What was
British
the
watch.
what was the reason for the meet? What I mean, was it dress rehearsal for this coming weekend? Was it to map out your strategy? How you're going to? What was it just off the cuff, or was it a planned meetup?
No, it wasn't planned whatsoever.
Hmm.
We just put it all together. This last
Nice.
second, we were gonna do a meetup last week, but because of snow,
Hmm.
It was all shut down. The entire New York City was shut down because of the snowfall. So we're just kind of through last minute. It was just to hang out, just chill, kick back,
Oh, it's nice.
have a
Nice.
laugh, right? Not to take things too seriously.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. We just chill out. You know, I broke
I
my
mean,
fast,
how
celebrate life.
did Humble Pine being so full of shit, did that put you off your dinner at all, or what was it?
Oh no, dude! I was. You don't understand. When
I'm
I was
joking. I'm joking,
on
of
the
course.
bus there, dude,
Yeah.
Kojak. When I was on the bus there, I was dreaming about food. I was thinking, "Oh my god, we'll go with these guys here. We'll go
Mm,
there." My eyes were bigger than my stomach. I had
mm,
all of these expectations, and man, 2 drinks later, I'm done, dude. I got cooked.
yeah.
When you're after fast, having 1 drink, it just decimates you.
Yeah.
So,
Is Humble Pine really that angry in person, Tim? He seems to be. He seems to have a bit of a chip on his shoulder.
a great time, you know.
You know,
He was
he was
playing a
saying, "Oh,
character.
no, you Brits always think you know better," and I'm going, "No, we don't think it. We know it. I mean, just
Yeah,
get over."
yeah. Yes.
Just,
Yeah. Well, he was playing in, the
I
character,
know.
you know, just fucking with
I
he
wish I
wants
was
to meet you
there.
someday.
Oh
Uh,
no,
he
absolutely,
needs
and
to catfish you to United States. When can we
absolutely,
kish
and it
catfish
came.
you to Philly?
He came close this year because
Ah,
I would nearly was going to
I knew
come,
it.
but because of something else that's going on, I can't do it, unfortunately.
Well, hopefully someday we can see it,
Someday soon.
the union come
You,
together, the
yes.
British and the Americans.
Do not cross the streams, the UK streams with the American streams. It's going to be dangerous. It's
Mm.
going to be
Oh,
dangerous.
explosive, explosive! I can't wait to see that.
And
Viral.
I was talking to Muhammad Ali about going to America, and he was saying, "Oh, you should go to this place in Tribeca, and you should go, you know, this bar, this cigar
Mm.
lounge there. That you'd love it there. They would be singing songs about you." And I'm going, "Steady on." It's just like, it looked like Muhammad Ali wanted to go to America more than I did, because he loves visiting. Well, he loves Chicago. He loves Boston,
Oh
and
yeah, 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 dude.
Florida,
Uh,
and also New York as well. So,
yeah, United States is amazing. I
oh
think
yeah,
there was I think when was it the last British watchmakers or some kind of an event when we went to Britain. Muhammad was in he went to Chicago, so we kind of
he did a
missed the
whistle.
chance.
Yeah, he went to different states over a course of a week. So
Mm.
I think he met up with Brian down in Florida, and then Chicago and Boston.
What did he
So
go for work or that was his like just like a leisure trip
I
I
that
think
think
he
he
that
went for work.
was he.
Yeah.
I don't know if it was work or leisure. I think it was leisure this time.
really?
Um,
Hmm.
I think so. Yeah, because he would have been traveling over the course of a week. He would have ended up traveling quite a lot between one
Yeah.
state and the other.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe he did a bit of both. Maybe it was a bit of business and pleasure.
Yeah, that's the amazing thing about United States is there's so much diversity of
Mm,
stuff to do in United States. You can go to Florida. Florida is like, you know, completely different country from like LA or going up to Boston or going it's just
mm,
there's so much diversity. It's one country, but it literally feels like 50 countries in one because each state got its own very unique culture.
of
So,
course. Yeah,
so
of course.
it's like an extraordinary experience. You know, you can go to. That's why doing like a road trip through United States. You know, you guys have a few regions like that, right? Like you got UK, and then you got Wales, and you got Scotland, right? Those are like United States states. You know, the
Mm,
differences.
yeah, I
Um,
mean they will maintain their countries, but
mm.
I like to think of them as principalities. But you can go to Norfolk, they've got a different. You go to Thomas's neck of the woods.
Yeah.
It's got a different culture. You go to Devon, Cornwall, that has its own. They want to have their own. Want to be recognised as a separate state from the rest of the rest of the United Kingdom. There's a mounting campaign for independence.
Wow.
So it's just so many different areas, and that's a tiny island compared to United States, which is so sprawling and large.
Right.
They say that the relationship between America and they say the relationship between America, USA, and United Kingdom is that they have a common language, but they have different meanings. I think you can say the same thing about the 50 states of the United States of America, have a common language. And yeah, they have different dialects and different customs and different ways of life. It's really diverse.
And that's the cool thing about the British Watchmakers show, because these different brands, they're from different parts of England as well, and they're kind of they're like different cultures in watches that you could see, that pair with this collab dial. Now, what about this other
Yeah, this
watch?
Bowcroft one that you just clicked on just then.
What's the Bowcroft?
They're a brand from Cambridge, and this is their Rebel range, and they're calling this the Rebel Red. It's it's coated with tungsten carbide carbon hard-coated case. It's going for £695. I quite like this red dial. I think red dials I'm missing a red dial in my collection, and it's nothing amazing. I think it's just a Miyota movement, maybe, or a Solita movement, probably a Miyota movement. But I really like it. I like the dial color.
Let's pull up their website here just very quickly. Look at that. Now, dial alone, that's some incredible craftsmanship on the dial. I gotta be honest. The hour markers, the hands, the logo, it's all really, really great. And so that's their special edition for the British Watchmakers.
No, but you've got it. The edition is coated in this tungsten carbon carbide. Tungsten carbide carbon.
Right.
Sorry.
So they
it's
have
a blacked out version.
I see. So this is
that's a regular version, and they've done this blacked out version for British Watchmakers Day on a rubber strap.
It's very cool.
How much is that then, Tom?
£695. So that's fairly affordable.
I would say
50 pieces.
I would say it's really good value. I mean, we're talking about price point wise here. It's kind of competitor with Tissot. And I would say, dude, if you want a Tissot, but you want something that's made in Cambridge, this is an incredible watch to pick up. With Cambridge heritage, you're supporting an industry and a business, and the quality looks really good. I mean, look at this stuff here: 39.5 millimeters case diameter, 11.6 thickness. It's perfect size. 200 meters water resistance. And let's see, movement specification, Miyota 9039. That's fantastic, because that's always going to be able to service it, right? Beautiful engraving on the back. It's got this almost Buddhist kind of look to it, right? I don't know, some zen-y, like a zen look, but it's not. Like, what I like about it is that it's not like just a rip off of some other brand. It's classic, but they've got a unique take on, I think, like Rolex. They don't have, at least hour mark. There's no date. There's no circles with triangles. No, everything is very unique. And like you said, Thomas, the color, burgundy color, is great.
Claret color is sort of like Red is a real color of the moment. I think it's a bit of a color of the moment.
Underserved.
It's more plum though, isn't it? Or burgundy
It
or
is,
plum?
yeah. It's more claret, more sort of plum, like a bottle of wine, sort of.
Yeah. Shout out to Mike Lewis. He could probably tell us what grape variety it is.
Shout out, yeah. The ruby
So you
red.
go to
Okay.
Brooklands.
Now let's take a look at Brooklyn.
Terence Conran designed the first Brooklands watch, and Kodak will know Terence Conran. He's famous for being the designer for a famous furniture store in the UK called
Heel.
Habitat.
Oh, Habitat.
Habitat, yeah.
Yeah.
And he's a furniture designer and just industrial designer. And he designed the first watch for this company called Brooklands. And they've since gone on to do other watches. They're quite expensive. There's 10 of these. It's £3,900.
Ooh. Wow.
Which is a bit much. It's Lita SW500 movement, which is quite a lot. It's just 444, the sold out, which sold out.
Really?
What do you put that down to then, Tom? I mean, it's a bit of a steep ask if you
they seem to be, I gather from, this is just my opinion, but I gather that they're floating on the wings of Terence Conran designing one of their first watches. They're sort of taking it from there. They're motor racing inspired watches, basically. That's what they say. So they're motor racing in a period of sort of 1950s, 1930s, 1940s, 1950s motor cars. I think this 444 was the red line, representing racing and motorsport for older sort of racing motorsport, vintage motorsport.
And is it Brooklands because it's named after the racetrack, or?
Yes, I believe so. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
You know what? Look, it's got some interesting specs here. Oh, hold on a second. We got Mickey. Hello, Mickey. Mickey. Welcome to the show.
What's up, boys?
Can you hear us? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I have
my
my headphone on. How do I sound?
Fantastic. Check this out. We're taking a look here at Brooklands watch. Now, okay, it is a different price point, but let's try to see where the money is going, if it's a fair market value. All right, so it's actually fairly well designed watch. I like how everything is balanced out.
Yeah.
The hands,
symmetrical.
yeah. It's very great. Like look at the dial, by the way, how it's like a dish, and the hour indices are printed and they curve up the dial. You see there? They're curving to the edges like a rohi, like a row heart or whatever. It's called. That's got rehat, right? It's really tough to do.
What's it worth? I know I always ask that, but
yeah. Well, get this. It's a 41 millimeters case, Salita SW500, 100 meters of water resistance. So those are very important facts.
For a chronograph without screw down crowns, that's great.
Yeah, right. So it's got all the specs that you would want on the watch. Very elegant design and unique strap. Look at that printing, right? This is a car racing kind of heritage. They got this very exciting.
That date is disturbing.
The date is there, but I kind of like how they balance the date with the logo.
Let's see.
Thank you.
Yeah.
They kept the date in this circular cutout, and then the Brooklyn's logo kind of balanced it out. I think it's the closest to Portugueser, right?
Yes,
IWC,
IWC
Yeah.
Portuguesa.
right? So
Absolutely.
Portugueser doesn't
Absolutely.
have a date, but it's the next closest thing, right? Let's see. Portugueser, just really quickly, just how much does a Portugueser cost? So we know.
It's about double the price, I would have thought. Portuguese.
They're
Mhm.
like
I
eight
don't know.
grand.
I don't know. It could be around the same sort of price.
Portugueser is 9,000.
Oh, I'm wrong.
How much was that? 49 euros or sterling?
£4,000.
£4,000 for
So
the
double.
Brooklands.
Yeah.
So what
double.
does that come out to real money?
I guess.
£4,000. Asked and answered.
No. Wait a second. The Brookfield is 4,000 pounds, which
Brooklands.
is like 5,000
Brooklands.
US. So it's double, basically double the price. IWC is twice the price. of
Is that a
the
pound or a sterling symbol?
pound?
Pound sterling.
Pound sterling,
pound.
yeah.
That's right.
Great British pound sterling symbol.
Great,
Right,
great British pound.
Brexa, that's right.
But there's also a more expensive version of the Brookfield's watch. I don't know why this one is double the price.
So that's 52.30, 49 today. 52.30 for that watch.
Mm.
Look at this,
It's expensive.
6,800.
USD, sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah. This one is 6,800. But okay. So it's also got an SW 500 movement. But
Wow,
this
look at
one
that.
is that the rotor, or is the rotor removed?
Yeah,
No.
the rotor's like a steering wheel, I think.
Oh,
They've designed it
shit.
like a steering wheel.
Yeah. So this one is priced the same.
I'm not shitting on
Fuck
these,
me.
but if you buy it, you better like it because you're not.
Absolutely, absolutely,
You're
Mickey.
not
This is
selling
what
it.
we're saying. This we're saying
Yeah.
this.
Which
We've
is how
said
you
this
should-
all along.
Which is how you should buy watches, right?
Yeah, yeah, absolutely.
It's I will say this though, you can buy my old Navitimer or this Cosmonaut for about $2,000 less. I don't know why you wouldn't get, I don't know, unless you just don't want Breitling, but like that's a lot of money for a brand that
No, I agree.
unless you're really into like the micro brands and stuff,
Yeah. I guess
I think with that sort of money, I probably would consider something like, say, Fears or Vertex. At least they've got some real historical chops, like Vertex.
And some name recognition.
Dirty Dozen and Fears, sort of gentlemanly Garricks. This is really sort of pushing the price, I think, on this style of watch.
It is for me, yeah, personally.
Yeah.
But hey, I mean,
I prefer the look of this to the Portuguesa. If I'm being really honest, the Portuguesa has those Arabic numerals, which are somewhat unnecessary.
Yeah, it definitely makes it look like a big clock on your wrist. I tried a bunch of those on when I was in Vegas, and it's just all dial too. It's just for 40 millimeter, it just looked like.
Navitimer, I like the Navitimer. It's the the Breitling watch as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, and this is the Cosmonaut, which is impossible to tell time on. But
check this out. This is a video from I don't know what, but this is Sir Terence Conran. This is the designer of
My
the
name
watch.
is Sir Terence Conran, and I'm a designer most of my time.
I like the watch better already because of him.
Right? Yeah.
I don't know why that is, but I'm like, all right, I want to know. Let me hear more.
And most of the products that I try to design are just that, modest objects. My great moments were what I designed at the Festival of Britain, and to me the Festival of Britain was the pivotal changing point when we understood how important design is to our nation, both from a cultural point of view and also from an economic point of view.
This would be Ronald's jam. No, Ronald would love this sort of stuff.
Oh, yeah, of course.
So Terence Conran is, one of this, obviously not quite Herman Miller and other ones, but still very important in that era.
Was the Festival of Britain much like in the US? They used to do this thing called the World's Fair, I think, and it was like where you went and saw like the first futuristic space car that they thought, like the World's Fair.
Is like that thing, like Expo. They now have Expo in Paris, in Rome, in different places.
That's when they built the Eiffel Tower for the Paris Fair.
Oh, cool.
And it was meant to be a temporary structure just for that fair, but it's still around here.
But once they put it together, they thought, "Oh, fuck that! We're not going to be able to put it back in the box."
Now over 100 years old,
All right. Yeah. And dude, I was reading some stuff about like how difficult it was to put it together, because they started with the 4 legs, and then all these 4 legs, they had to come together and meet at that first level, and if anything was like off by a couple of like centimeters, it would be all cooked.
It's like a big erector set. My son had these, they called them erector set. It was like just a bunch of box of like metal things and screws, and you built stuff, and like either you built something cool, or you built like the stupidest fucking piece of shit ever. You like, I take it apart, do it again.
It was called Meccano here.
Meccano. We called it erector set. Erector set.
Yeah.
Is it like there's these sheets of metal with
there's sheets of metal with holes in them?
Yes.
And the screws, and you can build whatever you want.
Toys like that are gone for kids, because if it's not,
they are, unfortunately.
That stuff was really good for the brain.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, even things like
it's pre-Lego. Pre-Lego. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, even or things like, remember Lincoln Logs? I'm dating myself. Lincoln Logs were like these. They were wooden logs that had these cutouts, and you could make like cabins that like it at least used a different part of a child's imagination, and had them use their hands and I don't know.
Like there's like there used to be like an evolution, almost like different steps.
Right.
First, you got building blocks.
Yep. As a baby, you got the wood blocks, just blocks.
Just blocks, and then you're building. You're just stacking them, and there were like these half cut out ones.
Right.
And then you would move up from that. You would move up to like big Legos.
Right.
Remember
the big block Legos? Yeah.
The giant Legos, just massive. They're like, each Lego is like the size of an apple.
Yep.
You put those together, then you get the stuff that you were talking.
Lincoln Logs.
You get Lincoln Logs, and then you get into the metal ones.
Yeah,
and then they had like not Legos yet, but like they're just slightly bigger Legos, and then you get into Legos. But the Legos, unfortunately, they're not as difficult as they should be, because it's just the instructions. You just follow the instructions. I don't know. Yeah, although it is fiddly, so it does train you maybe in a different way. But
every time this show brings memories to me. So I told you the other day, my son's old now, but we have like upstairs. We have like so many Pokemon cards that we're never going to go through. But then we have guys. I'd be retired and have 4 paddocks if I didn't spend the effing money I did on Lego sets for that kid. I mean, I have so many. We have this. I could open a store, and we researched some of the little men that we have, like are rare and stuff, and we have like hundreds of these little guys that, like, you didn't know at the time they were only making like so many of them, and now they're rare. I keep telling them, get on eBay, man.
Dude,
I should just send it to Tim and give Tim a commission to go through it all.
Dude, Legos. Yeah. Hey, you got nothing. Hey, look, I don't want to take it away. I mean, that's someday he'll appreciate it.
That's why we're saving it.
Right?
For his kids.
Save it.
Oh, we save everything. Yeah.
You got to do it, because you don't really appreciate it until it's gone, and he doesn't understand it yet. There'll come a time when
He was
boom,
gonna go, Dad, where are those Legos? Or,
and it's
yeah.
gonna be like time travel, bro.
When I remember when I went away to college, I came back and my mom like just got rid of just fucking everything. Like well, there was a time where like people weren't as sentimental. I don't know, something about like the 70s and 80s. No one thought nothing was going to be sentimental, you know, but everything's sentimental given enough time. But my mom just figured, why did you want those baseball cards? I'm like, are you out of your mind? Like, you know, anyway.
You know, there is coming up. Oh wait, I think it's already gone. They were probably already sold out. There's always like these Legos that are super limited. Let's see here. Lego edition education. Let's see them all. Let's see. Because I know there was some kind of a big Pokemon set that was coming out, like Pikachu and stuff. Those are collect. I bet they're gonna be collectible. Like this one, there's a Pikachu. You can buy it now. Available now. I don't know how many.
$200 though. Go back to that.
Yeah, 200. Yeah, 200. They're printing money. Lego, I think, is rated as the #1 company in the world. Like that's the #1 company in the world.
For toys?
No, everything. They're #1 company.
No, can't be.
Yeah. They basically employ, like, including everything. Their profitability, employment, how they employ people, happiness, and how customers like the Lego company. They're #1 rated company overall in the world. I forgot where I saw it, but
well, here's what Google tells you. The Lego company ranked as the world's most reputable company in the world.
There you go.
For the 3rd consecutive year. Billabong, Denmark. That was who quoted it. Yeah, #1 reputable company in the world.
#1, guys, reputable company in the world. Because they're such incredible company. Like what they do is they're so good at it. And their business model is incredible. The way they're able to how they scale, how they collab.
Well, and who
where
shits
they
on
go.
Legos, right? Like everyone likes Legos. And then the way they're able to get all this licensing to cross over to Disney and when Harry Potter was out, like you could get like the whole Harry Potter, like everything Harry Potter, like
That's because they do good justice, right? Like,
yeah,
like if they weren't this reputable, you know, if Harry
people
Potter,
wouldn't let them license stuff, right?
well, they would have fell apart. I think, like, they did the first licensing, and if they did a terrible job, nobody would ever want to work with them ever again. But because they always do such an incredible work, that everybody wants to work with them, and they know how to like do it the right way. Like the customers respect them. Like this Pokemon collab, yeah, it's very simple. They got look at this, 3 levels here. Eevee for $60, Pikachu for 200, and then this insane set for $650.
So sorry, this is hilarious. Bert Dundee said something and I Googled it. Fun fact. By sheer volume, the world's largest tire manufacturer isn't Michelin, Goodyear, or Bridgestone.
No, it's Lego.
It's Lego. They produce over 300 million tiny rubber tires every year. That's not like in their life. 300 million effing tires a year. 300 million. Oh my God.
I don't know. I think for me, Lego lost its luster. Because they used to be, you just have a box of various size blocks.
Yeah, imagination's gone away.
And your imagination was you decided to build whatever you want.
Yeah.
And then they sort of just transitioned to, you need to buy this specific set to make this specific model.
Yeah, to make this Star Wars.
Star Wars. And they've just milked that aspect of it. So your piece from the Star Wars set won't work in, say, a Harry Potter set, because it won't be the right color or the right shape or the right whatever.
Yeah.
And it just feels like it's I don't know. just does, as you said, Mickey. It's the lack of the
You know,
imagination sort of gone a little bit.
when I went to Ukraine, like before the war stuff, I I sent my mom was going basically. I sent some gifts to the kids, and one of the gifts I sent was this set. You see, this is like the Lego Classic set, and what I thought was amazing about it is that it was just free blocks, and you could just build whatever you want out of it. Kind of
Yeah,
what you just mentioned. It's 790 pieces,
yeah. What
right?
more do you
Of
want?
just different colors, and it gives you inside. There's a booklet with all kinds of different stuff that you could build out of it, like homes, castles, whatever
Hmm.
stuff. So I thought, wow, this would be like a probably greatest gift without like that limitation. Because I know what you mean. Like
Yeah,
they're very much this has become Legos for adults, right? Like even in the marketing, like that's a 35-year-old guy in that picture sitting, right? 35, 40-year-old dude. What child has $650 to
it's
spend on the
yeah,
Pokemon Lego
it's
sets?
Right.
I mean,
it's
let's be
Right.
bonkers.
fucking
It's
real,
bonkers. We used to
right?
have, as well as kids, Airfix models. So Tom will remember this. So there were like plastic pieces that would, you put them, assemble them together to make a ship or a train or a plane or lots of different
You have to
things. And then
glue them
you
together with
glue them
glue.
together and you get your hands stuck, and then you would have to paint the model as well. So that was some imagination and skill there, but it was all, you buy the Spitfire kit or the Mustang
Mm,
kit or the whatever kit, and you just built it, and it was affordable.
Yeah.
And just like
yeah.
Lego's gone down this route, they're making these, one kit will make one thing only, and you're
Hmm.
paying $650 for it.
Yes. And it's collectible, it's
Yeah.
limited production, there's hype kind of going into it. Certain sets, yes, they're made for, but that's the thing is that's because, a lot of those earlier sets have been turned into extremely collectible, almost like assets, right? There's sets that go for millions of dollars because like fully sealed packs of certain
Mm.
early Lego sets, right? They go for ridiculous money because what something was built as a toy has now become like desirable, collectible because it's kind of nostalgia, right? We look back, we think, oh, look how cool that thing was. And somebody somehow kept it fully sealed. That's fucking magical, kind of. It's almost like time traveling, right? People say, oh, there's no time traveling, but that's kind of what it is, right?
Yeah.
Imagining opening an early Lego set from year 2000 or 1990. It is cool. But look, in terms of business, right? In terms of like that. I mean, Lego has competition. There's other um building block companies that do similar stuff. I mean, even just like going on Amazon here, right? Look at this. You can
Yeah.
go look at this.
Like kind of knockoffs, but
Yeah, they're not Lego. They're not branded Legos, but there's just look at this, it's just blocks, right? They're unlabeled, and you just get what is this? This is some ridiculous 1,500 pieces for $24.
yeah.
It's insane.
And that's
But
the
what?
ones that Kojak was talking about, where that kid can just think of anything and try to
Mhm.
make it. It's
Yeah.
But Legos, they have that brand on it. They're the Rolex of the blocks, right? They have this reputation,
And it
and
comes full circle back to watches again, because I was just
yeah,
saying,
yeah, because they're the
we
Rolex.
started off with just something to make, just to pass the time, enjoy yourself, and you
Yeah,
let your imagination run wild, likening it to watches that just told you the time, to now these luxury sets and luxury watches, and they are hype sets
and
worth a
get this,
fortune.
there's Lego competitions, guys, where like they have competitions where Lego
Well, there's a
builders.
TV program. There's a
Yeah.
TV show with Will Arnett, isn't it, called Lego
See,
Masters?
go back when they had, so when they do things like those leaves that really aren't Legos, that's where they lost me. Like that you know, that's a shape, right? And that's a part,
Yeah.
like you were saying, Kojak, you can't use that anywhere else other than this set. I mean, I
Yeah.
guess you could put a palm tree in Harry Potter's set, but it doesn't make sense.
And they, I think there's certain rules where these guys, you can only use officially
Yeah.
released Lego pieces. And some of these hardcore Lego builders, that's why they want to own certain sets where they're only like, those are the only places where you can get those pieces. Like, for example, see, I think this was like a challenge to create a telescope out of Legos, and whoever built this had to find pieces to be
Was that
able
a
to
young Daniel
recreate.
Katz? Go back a little
Is that
bit.
a
Oh,
I
wait?
think that was a young Daniel Katz.
Oh, wait,
Just
hold
barely,
on.
right there.
No,
I think.
the show host.
Oh, is that who he is? I thought that was a young Daniel Katz.
Shout out to Daniel. Hopefully he'll make it home.
He's
Also,
always in our thoughts.
yeah. Also, shout out to Humble Pine. He says, "Evening all. Just finishing up work and grabbing drinks with Mr. G.
I don't know
We
how
didn't
his
quite
liver does
finish
it.
all the vodka from
I
last
don't know
night.
how his liver does it.
He's not human. He is,
Or is he sandbagging? When you go out to drink,
dude.
is he drinking like a lot of water and just some of that wimpy soju, or is he really drinking?
I don't think he
He's
ever drank any water.
Oh,
he
really?
lines his stomachs, as he mentioned it yesterday. He lines his stomach with lots and lots of Happy Meals, just to soak up all that toxic alcohol.
It helps him absorb all that alcohol.
And then how does he stay so thin? I hate the guy.
It's incredible.
Oh, did
It's got to be the kimchi. That's what I think.
No, it's tapeworm.
Oh,
Tapeworm. Great idea. Oh, there's Daniel Katz's portrait in Legos.
Oh,
Dude, look at that. Yeah, there's like, that's the crazy thing about Legos, right? Like, look at this. They made a purse out of Legos. So like they came up with some crazy competitions, and those that really pursued it, like that right, they built this community around their sets, right? That's why Lego is above the other sets, is that it has this community, and that's why they're able to charge the premium, right? Hey, you wanna participate? You can only use official Lego pieces. You can't bring in here your non-official.
But just think about like that, the intellectual, because like Will Arnett, who was Lego Batman in the Lego Batman in the in the movies that they made, he was the presenter of Lego Masters, which is a TV program, TV series where they have people coming in there and making all these models. And you think about, they're not just making money from Lego itself, they're making money from the Lego video games. They're making money from the movies of the video games, of the franchises that they've collaborated with. They make major bank, just like layer upon layer upon layer upon
and the whole thing is just a big commercial to sell more Legos.
And that's why
Barbie.
That's why but the Barbie movie was made, because they were trying to emulate, and the Transformers. I suppose Transformers predates it. They realized these toy companies have all this intellectual property, GI Joe, Lego.
I think originally it was George Lucas who invented that idea, because
that was the other way around. He was the movie, which then led to the merchandise.
Well, but he made the movie in such a way, because the studios said they were not going to basically like pay him. He said, that's fine. The only way I want to be compensated is through the sale of toys.
Version does, yeah.
And that's why, like, they changed up the script and included more of like cartoony character, and then he really cashed in on the sale of toys. So the whole movie, although there was an incredible underlying script in the original Star Wars that was actually like, it was a good film of itself. The fact that it sold a lot of toys was kind of byproduct and necessary evil in order to be able to sponsor the next one.
Mm.
But the problem is that George Lucas went too far with the toy making.
Yeah, that's why
And
he did Jabba, all those, not
yeah,
Jabba, the Joe, what's that one weird character?
Binks, right?
Yeah, that was all for toys or for.
Exactly. He pushed it too far, got way too greedy. Everything was about selling as many. So that's why they had to have so many different villains, so many, like, just increase the number of different characters so they could sell all of them as toys afterwards. It wasn't about the movie at the end.
Do you subscribe to the theory that Jar Jar Binks was actually a Sith Lord himself?
I think he has to have been. There's no other way around it. Yeah.
Well, you know what's funny is Google predictive text comes up with that question when you start typing "was Jar Jar," so clearly it's something.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was a prevailing theory that he's actually, because he pretends to be an idiot.
He's
but
like,
he
the
led to
scary.
the creation of the Empire, by asking for the vote to take place in Padme's absence, and so he's the one that's pulling the strings.
He's like Doofy from Scary Movie 1. You guys watch Scary Movie 1?
No.
Yes,
That was the
Officer-
biggest
Oh yeah,
plot
one
twist
maybe.
ever. Nobody's seen that coming. I don't think, because like when I watched that movie for the first time,
Yeah, who
I had
was the bad guy?
Doofy,
Yeah,
Officer Doofer.
that's
Yeah.
right.
and nobody's seen it
Yeah,
coming. But
that
he
one
was
made that cool. Yeah.
along the way, at every step of the way, and the
But that was
filmmaking.
a play on The Usual Suspects, like the
Yes.
Kaiser Soze character. So it was like Officer Doofy was.
But the thing is, they didn't let us in on it, right? And
But just like
they
Usual
were
Suspects, it was at the end when you can see him walking to a convertible car, or I can't remember what it was, and then him driving off. So just like that.
It was genius the way,
Yeah.
because the thing is, right, like the whole point of the Scary Movie is that it was like parodying other scary films.
Right.
Mm.
It was like
So
Airplane movie, but not. It was
Mm.
not Airplane, but it was a parody. Yeah.
yeah, well, Airplane was like funny, very funny movie, and had
Very
all these
funny.
very
Very
funny
funny.
scenes, incredible dialogue. And here, like, they had certain moments that were right on the nose. The filmmakers wanted you to know which movie they're parodying.
Right.
Except that one, except the Unusual Suspects till the end.
Mm.
Like when they do the
Yes.
scene where the cup drops, then you're
Yeah.
like, oh my god, they did the reveal that it was Doofy after all. And it was and it was the only, I think, that was the only scary movie that was actually good and like that well written.
Mm.
Because the second one was worse, and it gotten really terrible after that. But you guys,
By the way, guys, did you did you see that Andrew Morgan is quitting YouTube?
That's clickbait.
Ah,
It's clickbait.
Is it
Well, you-
clickbait? I was just
Clickbait.
looking through my YouTube subscriptions, and I've got Andrew Morgan there.
It's basically what he's doing is he's putting
Rage
some of his.
baiting.
He wants people to become Patreons. So,
Well,
Oh,
he's got a
okay.
face for radio. I'll tell you that.
so that the watches he reviews will go onto his Patreon, and then he'll carry on doing his usual top 10
Mm.
lists.
Okay. Well, in which case, Andrew Morgan, go fuck yourself. There you
Yeah.
go. That's
That'll ruin him. That's. I mean,
well,
who's going to pay to get a review? There's a million of them out there.
that's the problem of YouTube. You see, I watched the video, it was kind of interesting, to hear like how YouTube has changed in the past like 2 or 3 years. And so because and he basically this is what the video this is what he describes in the video. Basically, he explains YouTube used to it used to work like this. When
Mhm.
you subscribe to the channel, right? That like why would you subscribe to the channel? When you hit the subscribe button, right? Because you want to see the videos from this channel fed to you,
Yeah.
right? And that's how it used to work. You When you went on your homepage, you would get videos from your subscriptions
Mm.
from the channels that you subscribe. But YouTube changed that. So now when you're on your homepage, they're just showing you videos that are the hottest right now because YouTube is just constantly trying to make sure people are engaged and they're watching no matter what. So they'll be pushing you stuff no
Yeah,
matter
but if you
what.
click on subscriptions, I look at my list on on the left, and there'll be a little blue dot. Like mainly, if I'm not watching like you, I'm like if I go to my subscriptions, no one cares this, but if I click on subscriptions, it's like 74 gear. It's like a pilot thing. There's Mike OK, who's a bald and bankrupt, small brain American. George Saliba, like it's a Porsche guy, like Silver Dragons. Like there's a bunch of videos that I watch, but most of it's like travel and stuff. But you can see, I can still see all mine. I just ignore the main screen. So
Well, when you're on your home, when you click on your home feed,
yep.
what does it give you?
Well, I click on home, and on the
Yes.
left I have a big list of my subscriptions. And
Yes.
yeah, and they're all my subscriptions.
But what happens?
All the
Yeah,
stuff in the big
yeah.
section is
You
not
you could
mine.
you could click on your the channels that you subscribe, and you could go there. And they're always there, and you can find videos. But the thing is, it used to be that when you hit on the
You just
home
had your
feed,
stuff, yeah.
it would be the videos from those
Yeah,
subscriptions.
I would rather that. I wonder if
Yeah, but you can't. No, you can't change it.
there's no settings for that.
No,
Like, yeah.
now they're
I
just
just I
pushing
just
you.
Because you have the discoverability algorithm as well, and you can actually when you do a stream or when you do a video, you
Mm.
can pay YouTube to have more discoverability for it. So it's almost
yeah.
like
Google ads.
it's like cutting the bots out of out of YouTube. So you can actually pay $50, $100, whatever it is, to have a further reach of your video. So you're really paying for premium advertising slot.
Yeah, it's like Google
Yeah.
ads. The
Yeah.
ad comes to the top of the
Yeah, exactly.
You know, a couple of years ago, I paid for Google Premium or YouTube Premium, and I can't not have it now. I can't
Same.
I can't even imagine watching YouTube with all those commercials because I
Yeah.
love like the history and the travel stuff. Like I watch YouTube more than I will ever watch TV. I mean,
Yeah.
But that's the thing. That's what he addresses in his video. He basically complains that because of this changes in the algorithm,
how many
some
subs
of
does
the
he have?
videos that he makes, they basically get no views. They have no chance of getting out into the wider world because the way it used to work is okay. You make these general videos, and what happens? General video has a chance of going viral because if it's appealing to everybody, but like do you really want to be just making videos on general topics?
Yeah,
It's
but
not
that's
really
kind of
interesting.
arrogant on his part because does he really think that a video that's called Market Shock, the watch market is failing, should get more than 104,000 views if he only has 266,000 subs? I
So
mean,
he talks about this that like this is like clickbait. He has to use clickbait and do videos. That's 100K. There's a reason why this video got 100K is because it's on the watch market is failing. And then if you look at like his other stuff, let's see. Let's go. Let's see
worst
what else.
watches of 2025,
Worth watches.
62.
That's also kind of a broad theme. right? That's brought them. All these, the watch market is dying. These are performing well, but like, but see, these are not the videos that he likes making. It's not like, these are not the videos he used to make for Watchfinder, right? These
Yeah.
market is failing. This is like, he says, like he's making these just for the channel, for the videos to get views. If he makes a video on like some watch that he likes, like some Breguet or something, those videos get no views at all, and then you're just really screwed up because you wasted all this time and effort to make a video and it gets no views. So like, you see, like the topics he's talking about are just really kind of bullshit topics. 15 hottest
I can't
watches. Now
imagine how
that's
he sits
pretty
down and does
wide.
that every week or month, or how often does he release one?
Let's see here. It's weekly, one per week.
Yeah.
One video per week. Yeah.
And I still can't bring myself to watch them.
I can't tell you the last time I watched one of his
these are
videos.
terrible videos, by the way. It's like, it's all like stock footage. This is not videos that like he used to make when he was at Watchfinder, right?
He was the guy
There's
with the
no.
hands, right? He was the guy with the hands and the
He's
voice.
the talking
Yep,
hands. Yeah,
talking
he was the
hands.
voice, but he did the videography for them because he had the watch right
Yeah.
there. They actually made the world's first high quality video showing a Rolex Submariner, and that got 1 million views. So after that, they started doing a lot more of it. But he went, they didn't. He really screwed up the contract. I think when he was working for Watchfinder, the value he brought to the Watchfinder, right? He got them 1 million subscribers.
Yeah, because
In
it
return,
was about the watches. It wasn't. He's made this now about his. My face is no prettier. Don't get me wrong, but he's made this about his personality and his face, and
no. But I'm talking about like from business perspective. He was paid just a regular salary. Imagine like a
yeah, he
cameraman
was making
salary, and he had no like stock in the Watchfinder.
as he
Yeah.
shouldn't.
Well, no. He should have. Nobody else would have built the channel like that for Watchfinder.
But if you work
And-
for somebody, let's take out YouTube. If you work for somebody,
Yeah.
that's not your.
Well, no. It all has to do with how you structure the contract.
Well, yeah,
Because
he had no idea.
accepted. Yeah, he had no idea that he was gonna create a multi-billion-dollar, like the amount. Think about a 1 million YouTube subscriber channel. You know how many customers he brought into Watchfinder? He probably doubled the customer rate for them. They probably made $250 million in 1 year out of the customers that he brought in. Meantime, he was getting paid $60K a year.
Tim Mossel was smart that way, because when he did even his early ones, he's like, if you'd like to see this watch, email Tim Mosso at whatever. Like, he had people calling him.
Not only that, Tim Mosso was not just an employee.
He
wasn't. Yeah, he had stake from the beginning.
Yeah, and then if he sold watches, he probably got commission.
Oh, he not only he got a commission, he got stake in the company. He had stock in the.
Yeah.
He was getting paid as well through the stock, I would bet.
Yeah.
And that's what Andrew Morgan screwed up. He didn't, when he partnered with the Watchfinder, he did not think about getting them to like, if he's gonna make this channel, or if he's gonna make them millions in revenue, that he should get a percentage of that. He just settled for getting paid just a salary, like a cameraman salary.
Yeah, but would he have done any of that if it wasn't for their company? Like, he couldn't have created that without their company. So I'm kind of mixed on what he deserves.
It's all in the contract, right? Look, think about it.
He didn't have a contract. He was an hourly employee, or making 50.
He was he was getting paid hourly.
Yeah,
and like, if he was getting paid hourly and he brought in 250 million in sales for them, don't you think he deserves more? I think that's why. Look, and that's why I'm saying, like, you deserve only what you asked for.
Tim,
because he
I'm
didn't ask.
liking this. You sound like less of a socialist tonight, a communist. I'm
Well,
liking this. I'm liking this.
well, no, I'm just being real, man. Like this was a big screw up on his part.
No, it
I
was.
hope nobody else screws up like this. It's a lesson.
So he's basically admitting that his reboot didn't work. It's not making him the money he wants either. Like, what do you get for 100,000 views? You know, YouTube. What's he getting?
You get $10. You get $10 for 1,000 views.
Okay.
Okay. And so, for
Wow.
example, let's say here it is 104,000, right?
$10.
So for that, he gets $1,000.
So you can buy 2 Happy Meals. That's it. You can't live on that.
$1,000 for
Oh,
one video.
$1,000.
Yeah, because this is 100,000 views. You get $10 for 1,000 views.
Oh,
So
okay.
you just add a zero, right? So that's $1,000. Well, YouTube takes half.
Yeah, and
with
taxes. And you gotta pay tax.
Yeah, so it's $500. So 100K views.
When YouTube takes their 30%, that's theirs. That's not for you. You still have to pay taxes after that, right?
Yeah, of course, it's revenue.
Yeah, well, that's crazy.
Of course, income.
What?
Anyway, listen, guys, I'm gonna bounce. Tom, looking forward to seeing you on Saturday, my friend.
Yeah.
Be good to
You
catch
too,
up in
mate.
person.
Kojak, do they let you into the US?
Yeah, if I wanted to. Why?
Why don't you come to Miami?
Oh, I've got other things that I've got work to do.
Yeah, I know that.
Yeah,
That's usually my
but
problem.
I was going to go to New York this following weekend, but then something cropped up, and I can't make it now.
Yeah, I got a big thing. I sent Timmy a screenshot. I sent my picture of my hotel, my airfare. It was bought, and luckily it was all refundable because it was on points.
Yeah.
I,
That's good.
Speaking of points,
I came to say hello and goodbye to Kojak. That's all.
Aww.
Yeah, that's my cue to leave. Daniel Katz, pleasure as always.
Yeah.
Mickey and Tim and Tom, have a good show.
Yeah,
Kojak, always a pleasure. You are a wealth of knowledge. I don't know where you get it from.
Well, hardly. You got Tom. You got Mr. Mastermind of watches over here.
No, I'm going to bounce as well. We've gone from watches to Lego to Andrew Morgan. So, it's my cue to bounce as well. It's midnight here, so
sorry we bored you.
I'll see you later. Take care.
All right, Thomas, take care. Good night, bro.
Take care. See you later.
Okay, bye.
All right, Daniel's on. We're all leaving.
Take care, Mickey. Take care, Kojak. Maybe it's the thing. Okay, so just to finish this off, the Andrew Morgan stuff. It's interesting.
So can you play a little of his video, or you can't get in trouble for that, right? Like,
there's really
it's just him
not
whining.
much to play. There's not much to play. Look, he's basically saying he's promoting his Patreon basically in this video. He says, look, if you want to see those high-end videos that he used to make for Watchfinder, you basically have to go to his Patreon and you have to subscribe to his.
What's it cost to subscribe?
It costs, let's see here. There's different levels. It starts, let's see, choose your membership. All right, so the levels are You're a Legend for just $3 a month. Super Best Friend Club at $5. Bedtime Reading for $10.
So let's look at this though. So that's basically what you do. You get a WhatsApp community, regular Q&A, but you let people on live. Anyone can come on your show live. So yours is a better deal than this Patreon shit.
A regular Q&A. Let's see, video shout out in the Patreon. Okay. So to get a shout out, you need to be at least at the $10 level. And it goes up in that. You get for $50 1 hour video call to judge your collection. Okay,
that's interesting.
$1,000 per month it's either that or even all to the cat.
Watch it. Mr. G said Andrew made the Watchfinder. They screwed him.
Yeah. He did make the Watchfinder, and they They definitely did screw him, I think, because like they could have renegotiated. He could have been the Tim Masso for the Watchfinder, but
Mm.
they thought, you know what? Fuck this guy. We
Do they
don't
still
need
try
him.
to do those hand videos?
They hired some other guy.
Play one
They
of those real quick. Let's judge it.
It's trash.
Yeah,
Dude,
he
it's
had the voice too.
absolute
You got to admit he
garbage.
had the voice. What are you eating, Daniel?
Soup.
Lovers, it's time for another new watch roundup because 2026 has started with a bang and there's been
They kind of tried to copy his voice, didn't they?
They do, but it's just horrible quality videos. There's no more macros, close up like Andrew used to do. This might as well be AI, right? Look, it's just videos that you can find on websites of watches, and it's just zero.
Hello, watch lovers.
Hello.
So the
Yeah, if I didn't know better, I wouldn't know that wasn't him. To be honest with you,
That might be. It actually might be AI. I think.
Nautilus,
That's an
which
AI voice of him.
do you think that we're gonna do shows with an AI Daniel when he's gone, or Mickey?
We have to.
Did you see the AI video I created, Daniel? Can I show it?
I guess. I don't know what to make of that.
I will get you, Tim Wright.
That is just from a photo of him. I put the photo of him in the restaurant, and I said, make him a Batman villain.
Yeah.
Make him a Batman villain.
I didn't see the voice. Yeah. God.
Bourbon Heart says Tim sounds communist tonight. What company is going to give shares to a YouTube camera guy or any marketing team? Well, Tim Masso is the perfect example.
But that's what I was saying. He worked for a company. That was his choice. And I'm glad he left to try to do his own thing, but he's seeing it's harder than he thought. That's what my angle was too. Like,
no. This is not. He's actually doing exactly. He's playing a YouTube algorithm. The whole thing about this leaving YouTube. That's just clickbait. Is modern day YouTube clickbait. This is what you have to do to kind of work, do stuff on YouTube in the watch world. See, when he was working for Watchfinder, he screwed up that he didn't have the right contract with them when he helped them set up their business.
But that's happened. That's happened with people like that were first in Apple or Tesla. Like either you're smart enough to know what you're providing and you make the deal, or you don't. So like
these companies don't care, and and
it's not on those companies. It's not those companies.
It's not on there. That's right.
Yeah.
Nobody gives a fuck if they can replace you. They'll give you the middle finger, and they'll get somebody who's half the price. That's the
I've been
reality.
trying to find a new watch show for 4 years. I just can't replace you.
There's unfortunately there's been so much choice in these watch live streams, but
I would have given you the middle finger a long time ago, but I got arthritis in it, so got to give the baby finger.
You know how you fix that, Daniel? You put it in your cabinet and you close the cabinet on it.
Thank you. That's so helpful.
Bourbon Heart says, since when did Tim Masso owns 1960 Company? He threatened to leave if they didn't pay him more for being their company personality. Exactly. And that's what Andrew Morgan, Andrew Morgan, because the thing is, they also played Andrew Morgan as well. Not having him on camera in those videos made it very easy for them to sack him because nobody knew who he was when he was working there.
No face.
Exactly. And see, the company CEOs that hired Andrew Morgan, they knew exactly what they were doing. They knew, hey, this is an investment, a risk investment, but here's a video that already proven to have worked. Let's hire this guy. We'll have him make stuff for us, but in such a way that if he leaves, he can't steal the leads, right? And they hired him for as long as they needed to, until the guy realized these guys are getting more out of me than I'm getting paid. I'm really getting screwed over here. Like, for the talent that he has, these guys were hiring him for pennies on the dollar. For every penny, I think, that they spent on Andrew Morgan, he returned $100 in revenue. Like that's how insane the profit to return margin was for them. They were really getting away with murder here. And that's why, eventually he's like, you know what, screw this. I'm going, I think he tried working with them by the looks of it, because I remember in those last years, they even got, dude, it's gotten so diabolical. They got Andrew to train his replacement. Okay, that's fucking evil as fuck. This guy who's making videos now for Watchfinder, he was trained by Andrew. Like, they hired a guy for him to train as a replacement. Diabolical. But you know what? Karma is a bitch, and that's why these videos post Andrew Morgan leaving, they're not performing well.
If you go back to the old videos, how many views did he
Channel.
get?
Dude, he was getting millions of views. See, right now, they'll be lucky to break 100K. They get 25,000 views maximum. See, 2 years ago, this is when Andrew Morgan, I think around this time, he came on camera finally. And that was to train like his replacement. But you go here. So let's see. We go before. Here we go. 2 years ago. Videos here. Let's see. Go back more. This is trash videos. Before it became trash, I think that's like 3 years ago. Okay, it's like we'll see the change in thumbnails, because when these shady thumbnails came on, that's when the quality really freaking dropped. Let's see. Let's go back to before these garbage here. Before they started getting other YouTubers for collabs, they did this thing with Nico Leonard. Then they did the cross with Jenny L. That really didn't help. I think we go here. Let's see. Still, there's still like these fake thumbnails.
Well, and look, now we're getting back
4
to
years.
his videos, and he's had 4 years, and he still only has
Now,
139,000.
No, but I think this is where it all after
Oh,
this.
go down one. There's a 1.4
Right here.
million. Oh, yeah,
Hey, look at this. There's a G-Shock, 500,000 views.
Up a little bit. You
Tissa-
passed 1 point. Oh, there it is. Down. I'm sorry.
1.1 million views on this one. Look at this.
Yeah.
188, 120, 250,000. This Daytona, not 76. But then look at this Lange, 652,000 views.
So is it really about the watch though? Like when I go Google GP Laureato, that's how I find videos of watches, right? So if a watch isn't searched or popular, then it's not going to get the views.
But this watch is not popular. This Lange right here, that's not a popular watch, but it got 652,000 views because it's not about the look at the title. The title doesn't have
anything
the
about
Lange
it.
in it. Yeah, because it's not about the Lange. It's about the most incredible watch ever. Right?
Yeah.
So that type of title could reach a broader viewership. And then also this was under old regime. So what would happen, this is how it used to work. See, the incredible thing of the old formula is this. You grow your subscribership, right? Then if your subscribers watch the video, because your subscribers will watch your video, because home feed was just the videos of channels you subscribe to.
Right.
You understand? So you will watch those videos because you subscribe to the channel.
Right.
And then the videos. So maybe you're not going to watch it today, but maybe later in the week. You will watch every video for every channel you subscribe to.
Right.
Okay? That's how it used to work. And so what happens, maybe the video is not for broader population, but if you already had a big subscribership, if you grew your channel to 500,000 subscribers, and then all of your subscribers watch your video, then that video would actually get pushed out into the broader audience. Now that doesn't happen, because just because you subscribe to something doesn't mean you will watch the channel that you subscribe to. You might never watch the videos, like, because YouTube no longer locks you into the channels that you're subscribed. Your home feed is not the videos that are of the channels you're subscribed to.
Yeah, but on my end, I see all my subscriptions on the left side, and the blue dot, I have like 14 videos if I want to watch videos from my channels that I subscribe. Waiting,
You're
for
not
me
going
to
to watch them. You're just not going to watch them.
No,
I don't watch
I know.
video like I stopped doing that because YouTube is it's like, because the thing is, you go there and it like, yeah, I'm subscribed to like all these channels, but I'm not in the rush to go, because like in the back, see, it's like a reverse psychology. Because I know those videos are there, I can go and I can watch them anytime. But meantime, I'll be watching something else that YouTube.
Yeah, I don't do that though, because I'm afraid I'm going to get behind on things like some of my travel videos, my George Saliba videos. There's certain videos that I do watch, like every day or whenever they pop up, I'll watch them. But I don't know.
Yeah, but you know that you're a minority of how people do this. Like right now, this is the reason why there's a reason why Watchfinder and Co has 1.2 million subscribers and they barely can get 14,000 views.
Yeah,
14,000 views. It's embarrassing, Mickey.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Is embarrassing. 43,000 views, 26. This is a dead channel.
Have you ever thought of going to Rumble?
Yes.
I like Rumble a lot.
Okay.
It's probably best to I can stream to all three platforms. I'm just not doing it. I could stream to Twitch and Rumble and everything. I need to, when I get my new streaming computer.
Yep.
And when I start rebuilding this show from scratch, I'm gonna be streaming to all platforms. What's up, Daniel?
Hi, Daniel.
No, that's now you spurred a whole other interest. You almost can do a workshop on this. So all these different platforms will get more exposure, I guess. But if you going back to the viewership versus subscribers, you say like it's dead in the water. So what would be considered healthy? Let's say if I had 600,000 subscribers. Let's just say the Cats show has 600,000 subscribers. What is considered a healthy viewership for 600? If you have 600,000 subscribers, so you just
half of your viewership, half of your channel, half of your subscribers at least watching your content.
All right, not every particular day, but on average, you're saying.
Daniel, you know what percentage 14,000 is out of 1.17?
No, very
1.2 million.
I get it. That's not what I'm.
Less than 1%.
I'm not questioning that. I just didn't know any better. So you're saying a healthy thing should be about 50% viewership of a subscriber to show that you're.
Well, let's say at least 10%. Let's like if we're between 10 and 50%.
Oh, okay.
Obviously, I think like it used to be between 50 and 100%, because when you subscribed to the YouTube channel in the past, that channel's content would be pushed to you very invasively. Like that would be on the front page of your home screen. But now YouTube just feeds stuff to your home screen that it algorithmically that it thinks you are more likely to watch.
But now there's also how many more people on YouTube. I remember YouTube 20 years ago, where you really had to watch those videos because there was not a lot of content.
Right. There was there was just less competition in general. Now everybody's a watch expert on YouTube. There's a new watch expert on YouTube every single day. And I think Andrew Morgan has
What's
very successfully built his channel post leaving Watchfind. I mean, he built it up to 322,000 subscribers with 601 videos. That's extraordinary.
uh,
That's in how many years? In 3 years, he built this channel. My new channel, and he did like a face reveal thing. Very clever
so
stuff.
if you were Andrew Morgan, Andrew Morgan's his own boss. I get it. But
Yeah.
if you bumped into him at a party and you both got stoned on 20 edibles each one
Mhm.
night, you befriended him, he befriended you, and you had.
I met him before. Yeah.
Well, let's say you meet him again.
Yeah.
Just hear me out. I'm just
Yeah.
playing a fantasy world here.
Yeah.
So let's say you bump into him at the favorite bar of Kojak in London, and you had about 20 edibles each and a few
200 milligrams.
Okay.
200 or 20 milligrams. So 20
Oh,
milligrams.
200. Let's say 200. Okay.
200 milligrams. Daniel. Okay. Yeah. All right. Let me
Okay,
imagine
so
that. Yeah.
outside of just
Yeah.
crawling, outside of both of you just barely crawling out of
Wow.
the building,
Yeah.
what would you tell him how to? Not that he'd listen, he'd probably tell you to F off, but what would you suggest to him? He's got the talent. He may not have been the best business sense person. What would you say? Okay, that's water under the bridge. Andrew, I got a suggestion for you. What would you suggest to him?
Well, here's the thing. I would ask him, like, what is his business model? Because that's
okay.
that's what I don't understand.
All right.
What the heck is the business model? It just really makes very little sense to me. It looks like he like where does he want to get the revenue from? Because at the moment it really makes no sense. Like when he was working for Watchfinder, I could understand that business model, right? Look,
Mhm.
the video served as marketing material to promote Watchfinder and make sales for Watchfinder.
Yeah, and he doesn't try to he doesn't sell anything like
Exactly. He's not selling any watches. So just making
yeah.
those videos, but without the sales funnel, it really makes no sense
Yeah.
because there's no big money behind it.
Now,
Right?
yeah.
It's
Now-
kind of
Now though, if Daniel Katz had a show about Microbrand cats, if Daniel Katz had a show about microbranded cats,
Here we go again.
You can't buy. It's so unique with real personality. You just can't get this anywhere else. This cat, the best microbrand you can't buy.
But there we go. Daniel, you should get into the business
Yeah,
of
right.
selling cats. Cats, you can call it Katz's Cats.
So unique.
Yeah.
Real personality. You just can't get this anywhere else. Look at this cat.
somehow I knew to talk about microbrands with you, Daniel. That was the weirdest thing.
On my, Steve, sounds like PG's voice, by the way. I'm doing this with PG's voice. That's what it sounds like, to tell you the truth. Or I know of another guy who's got almost the same voice as that. Yeah, that's not my voice. That's okay.
Well,
Right,
Daniel,
where do you wanna
this is the thing, right? Daniel has been coming onto the stream for the past 4 years. He's working on poetry, on comedy. He's got so many different projects, but he has no tickets to sell. He has no book for sale, and he's really missing out, to be honest. Because if he had a certain product,
A brand.
if he had a book of poetry or something that he's already written, we could be marketing it. By the way, hey, before you leave, make sure to pick up Katz's comedy book, or get tickets.
Thank you for
Get
the
tickets
example.
in
Move on.
Toronto
Yeah.
next month. Get your tickets. Daniel Katz live, right? Like,
And then he's on Jimmy Fallon.
you have some product.
Then he's on the late night shows.
Yeah.
Look, leave me alone on that right now. I'm doing. I can't say it on stream. I'm reciting a piece on the 5th somewhere, but I don't want to say where. It's a private. It's someone else's show, and I don't want to give popularity that she doesn't know about. So, but I'll read the poem sometime in the future. It's the one, Tim, you doctored up. No, I'm not using the doctored up version. I'm using mine. Anyways, yeah.
Unbelievable. See, Daniel, you need a business model to kind of generate some kind of revenue. out of what you're doing.
Yeah.
I think, Mickey, you're onto something. That's a genius idea. Open a pet store. It's not too late. Sell the habring, reinvest money into a pet
Kittens.
store. Yeah, Cats is Cats. Available now.
Yeah.
It's incredible.
Okay, let's get back to Andrew Morgan. Please.
Well, so this is the thing, Daniel. You know, you asked me like what would I talk about with Andrew, and actually, I have this
Well, that's
very
true. That's
similar
true.
problem
Well, that's true.
with my
Yeah.
channel.
I was gonna say he may go, Tim, how many subscribers do you have, and what is your business plan? And I think the conversation would be over.
Well, look, I've actually been like, you know, I spent the past 6 months trying to identify how can I restructure my business in order to make more sense, right? Let's see here. One Day Retro says Timmy's business plan is written on the back box of little Senza. It's pasta, but little Senza. That's right, little pasta. It's all natural ingredients. No pasta in it. It's pasta.
Why
made
don't you
out
see
of
if Andrew will come on and you could be like an investigative watch reporter with some of these guys and see if he'll use your forum to talk about it.
to ask Andrew. I don't know if he would. You know,
You don't
I
know
don't
until
know.
you ask.
Well, I can ask him. Yeah, I can send him a message. Say, hey, you know, Andrew, if you
Wait,
want to
wait.
come on the live stream to have a chat about.
You bumped it. Did you have a friendly conversation, or was it like a few words, or what was it when you bumped?
Yeah, like a couple of words exchanged at actually first Dubai Watch Week. You know, he held an event at Bucherer
Yeah,
at King of Prussia,
yeah.
and then he did an event at Bucherer. Dude, he did an event at Bucherer in Manhattan where the wrist chick was doing a live stream from.
Well, what's the event? Just to see him?
No. It was like Bucherer was doing an event, but they hired him
As an attraction.
as like a personality to meet, and he was doing some kind of presentation, I guess, for people attending. But there was people attending who, you know, regardless. By the way, there's a crazy story that I heard about that. I can tell you later about it. But that is gonna blow your mind, Andrew. But yeah, like you know, I don't understand his business model with this with the channel. I guess he wanted, I think, to basically get the revenue from Google Ads, but there's really no money in Google Ads alone. And because there's no money in Google Ads, and because he's not selling any product, it is really a struggle. So in this video, he's making a pitch basically and saying, hey, you know, he's promoting his Patreon. Go become Patreon. He's gonna have some high quality videos for Patreons only.
So
And
when people watch your videos on rerun, you get AdSense money?
I don't, because I don't put ads in my videos because they're too
So-
long, and people complain that like watching a live stream is really unenjoyable with the ads.
It
'Cause
is.
whenever
but
you
this is
skip
your job.
around. Yeah, but
If you skip forward, it's going to make you watch new ads. That's
Yeah.
why I pay for YouTube Premium.
and that's why people won't watch it at all. So basically, I have a choice: either no ads, and at least some people will tolerate it, or put ads, and then people just say "fuck that shit," never watching Tim again. So I can't put
I
ads.
say that anyway, but
Yeah, exactly.
There's and I guess they could afford to lose subscribers. There's some people that I watch, which I won't go into, that have about 3.5 million subscribers or 4 million subscribers. They're very heavyweights in whatever they do. So then they stop in the middle of what they're arguing. This is not this talk. It's not watch.
I know what you're talking about. Yep.
And they go on and do their own pitch that was maybe pre-written for them for who knows whatever the product is or service.
One of my travel guys, you'll be watching the video and he'll go, "Hey, why I'm talking to you? You know this video is being filmed exactly on a DJV Pro,
Right,
and
there
look
you
at and he does, and so it's like an ad, but you don't realize you're watching an ad, but you're watching."
Right.
And then every travel guy that's like lost in Afghanistan or Asia, does an eSIM, and it's an eSIM. You need it for travel. Ad like in the video, and it's like almost like, oh, and I'm using the eSIM by whatever, Tim Wright, and I have unlimited data, and that's how I can bring you these videos. And so you get the ad out without it being as
very clever.
Yeah.
Well, Philip here says he explains his business model completely. No, Philip. He explains that this business model is not a business model at all. It's unsustainable. You can't be making $1,000 per video. That's four videos a month. That's 4,000. Take away YouTube fees and taxes. You left with 2,000. He's making same money as I'm making. Let's put it that way. On the good month, I'll bring in $1,500 in a month, right? On the good month, when there's some very generous super chats plus some PayPal, right? That's just enough to pay off the rent. Andrew Morgan, he's like, when you're thinking big, you can't just be thinking on surviving. A 4,000 pounds or 1,500 pounds. That's poverty wage. You can't get a house with this. You can't get anywhere. You can't get ahead. And in this world, you need to build something like Watchfinder. You see it? He needs this is what I'm saying. Like, he's got this big viewership, but the problem is how does he make it big? How does he take this channel from 322,000 subscribers and $4,000 a month into something that actually brings in some fucking money for God's sake, He can't post niche content without screwing up his algorithm, but few people want so they can pay a little. Yeah, but I think there's no money in Patreon as well. I think this is a disaster. He might get more people to subscribe to his Patreon, but I think making videos and relying on Patreon, that's another thing, but you can't be relying on Patreon. Like, Patreon should be some type of a subsidiary income to help you run something even bigger, right? Like, he needs something even bigger than that, because, like, dude, like, there's what he'll get a couple of, let's say he's lucky. Like, I mean, come on, look at this. The Patreon, you can't make real money out of this. I mean, come on, $3, $5, $10 a month. Let's say how many?
Yeah, here's the question: how many of his 166,000 are going to do this? 4,000, 2,000? Like, because I get a lot of guys that I love that have Patreon, and I'm not doing Patreon. It's just another place to go to. It's another.
Yeah, people don't want to go out of the YouTube platform to get this content. And like he says, oh, these are limited spots, 17 remaining. And what was the original number? I mean,
and why would you limit it? Like, it should be.
You have to limit it because, dude, he's got a 1 hour video call.
Oh,
okay, that's once a month. That's a dedication. So if he's got 20 people here, that's 20 phone calls that he has to do every month, right? That's dude, you're very. And then look at this. He's got an hour phone call here for this one. That's got to be at $50 a month, an hour phone call. And then get this, you do the 1 hour phone call, the guy could get pissed off with you, and then he unsubscribes. How many times did that happen?
Yeah.
So this stuff is really tricky. That's why, I really don't like these Patreon business, the way he set it up. He needs to create a business model where he can delegate a lot of this work so that he can work on, because he's got really big subscribership. He needs to think about like converting it into some type of business where he can make big money. For example, like Bark and Jack. I think for Bark and Jack, pivoting into doing collabs with watches with let's say Christopher Ward and stuff like that, that's where the big money is, right? If he sold 100 of those watches and he gets 500 pounds per watch, right? That's big money. And if he can do, let's say, if he can get bigger numbers, if he can sell 1,000 watches at a $500 commission, right?
How many of 500?
Let's say 1,000 watches at $500 commission.
I don't think he's gonna get 1,000.
Why not? Well, that's what
$500 to.
Are you conjecturing, Tim, or or what?
Well,
no,
maybe.
no, I'm just making numbers, because think about it this way. Bamford, when he did a collab with Jared Perigo, I think they had a limited edition of like 150 pieces, or I don't know how many. But like, let's say if it's 500 pounds, let's say how much do you need? Let's say you sell 1,000, right? That's $500,000. Okay, because $500,000, that's like a good salary nowadays, right? Like that's what you want to make. If you're making less than $500,000, you're really fucking screwed. Let's be honest, right? To get a house, like to buy a house nowadays, what do you need? You need $5 million.
Depends on where you live. You can live in Alabama and Arkansas.
In London. Well, no, but I'm talking London.
Okay. Him. Yeah.
You're living in London. You need to be making $500,000 a year to get ahead. Plus, the government takes half of it, right? So you're making $250,000. You need to make $500,000 pounds to make $250,000. $250,000 not gonna get you anywhere. So that, like, if you're making $250,000 and you do that for 10 years, you'll make 2.5 million. Yeah, you make 2.5 million. You can't even buy a house for 2.5 million
in London.
Yeah, in London. The apartment costs more. London, Zell. Let's see. Zillow. Let's see here. London, Zillow. Just a quick search. I mean, I'm just being real with you guys. How much this stuff is expensive. Let's see. Can we go to London? How do we go London? London,
England,
UK.
Yeah.
London, England. Can I go to London?
Do they not?
Okay. London.
Do they not use Zillow?
Maybe they don't use Zillow. London real estate. Let's go. Here we go. Seville. They got their own. Okay. Here we go. Let's see it. London. I mean, I'm not even talking about like central London, but look at this. 1.3 million pounds. Right? Okay, here's a little house. $3 million. 3 million pounds for this type of a house.
How many square feet? Oh, they do square meters, so I'll never figure that shit out.
Yeah, it's impossible, bro. Don't even try. Look, that's $3 million.
Father Time just said www.rightmoveuk.com.
Wait a minute. A meter is not too far away from 3 feet, like a yard.
Yeah.
So that a little general idea, though, that whatever it is in terms of they're thinking in terms of yards.
I mean, it sounds like I'm saying something insane right now. Like, oh, he needs to be making $500,000. This is how you do it. Like, yeah, in order to get anywhere in life right now, you have to make $500,000. Like, unless you inherited a house. Now, I don't know what his background, whether he comes from money, whether his family has houses and stuff. But if you want to make it, and if you want,
even if you own the place, let's say, even if he inherited it, you're talking a big chunk to pay the running tax. Place,
maintenance, houses.
Utilities.
I can't wait to get to rent an apartment again and call the landlord when the hot water heater goes, and call the landlord when the roof leaks. Like, houses aren't. And then once you make a certain amount of money, you get no tax deductions anymore. Like, I didn't get any tax deductions on like my kids' college interest and all that. Like, all the stuff that you can get at a certain point, you don't get any of that. So it's just fucked up.
So it's a whole. When you're talking about a house, the guy got to think of running it, and you're adding, of course, just life and family.
Yeah, if he
and
wants a
that's cool.
family, I mean,
Yeah.
who doesn't want a family? What, if you want to have a proper full life experience, right? You want to either get your own flat or ideally a house, and with the kind of platform that he has built, right? You would ideally want to convert it into something of significance, not to just make enough money to get by and just pay rent, just survive. Because as it is right now, he's not making much money. Look, you calculate this, he's making $10 per 1,000 views.
Isn't there a website that tracks the money that we used to watch with you?
No, that's for super chats only. He doesn't make any super chats. It's all AdSense. So he makes money from advertisements, from views, and he probably in Patreon. Plus, he probably does some work for brands on the side, where they pay him some kind of a lump sum. But again, this is money, and this is all extremely work intensive.
Well, stop right there. I gotta go, but
Yes.
Tim, there's a blind area. You just mentioned in just 2 seconds, a blind area. That might be
Anything that's to the left of me, it's all blind area, Daniel.
Well, thank you. Good, Tim. Good. But that he says that stuff on the side could be where he's making the money.
Yeah, he's got some side hustles.
Not real money. Not like any money of significance. Making a couple of $1,000 here and there is not going to get you anywhere nowadays, Daniel. You either make $25 million or you're screwed. Do you understand?
Hey, you brought it up.
He's making another $1,000 on the side.
That's not where I was.
Not enough. A house costs £3 million, Daniel. There's no chance he's making any money to get himself closer to that house.
Let me finish. That's not where I was going with it.
Okay.
I said from that line that you said before, I wasn't going, oh, that solves it. I was saying, when you said, well, those other things he's doing on the side, that might be was it a segue to do something out of whatever he's doing now, to build whatever he's doing on the side into something much bigger, whatever he's doing on the side.
You know what? No, this announcement is not towards something like, I don't see it like that. This is going to be like some kind of a big life-changing move for him. Making, high quality videos for Patreon,
and then only. Doing private videos for 100 people a month.
Yeah, it's a disaster.
That's like my own private hell. Trying to think.
Yeah.
Okay.
Dude, he would be better off doing what Bark and Jack did, basically offloading all the labor onto this other company. Let them do all the work. You continue building the channel, continue increasing your subscribership, because then you can leverage the subscribership to make the big payouts. Imagine if because here's the thing, if he can build the right subscribership base and then convert it into sales, he could make big money. For example, that Bark and Jack watch, right, the Christopher Ward. If Adrian was able to sell 1,000 pieces, then that would be $500,000, okay, in one go, okay? So there's a lot of work that goes in ahead of time, and then the really big payout in short time, right? That's what he needs to do. Not like, oh, we'll get a couple of more subscribers to a Patreon, and then he has to do so much work making those videos, and then when he's making those videos, guess what? He doesn't have time to make videos on YouTube.
Yeah.
So it's like he's shooting himself in the foot to do this other thing that doesn't actually bring him anything in. It's not like Patreon.
And I don't think this industry or this topic, watches, is ever gonna, because like Nico Leonard, he has 1.98 million subscribers, and 7 days ago he put a video out. He has 200,000 views, which is nice, but he has 2 million subscribers. So, but he has his other businesses.
But
and
at
stuff.
least Nico Leonard, these videos are promoting his Pride and Pinion.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm
So
saying.
he's
He
got a
has a
business.
side gig. Yeah, a
Yeah,
real gig.
yeah. So
This
that's
is the side gig.
yeah, exactly. The like Nico Leonard does not directly make money like out of these videos. The videos pay for the team to keep making videos,
Right.
and then the viewers get funneled into customers on his gray market business.
Right.
So that's where he really generates the money. Andrew Morgan, that's how he gets paid. So he has to do all the editing himself. He doesn't have a team that edits the videos for him like Nico does. Nico's team edits everything for him. They even prepare everything for him. So he doesn't do any research. He just comes in. At the end of the day, they throw a script in front of him. He reads it and they're out.
Yeah, but I bet he's got a lot of overhead and payroll and staff, and so
it's all handled. He's actually an employee of some company that handles all of it.
okay.
He actually gets a salary from his team. From my understanding, from what I heard, he gets like a payout, and they handle all the staff. And then his biggest and then they collect all the revenue. I think they collect it. They keep it for themselves, and then he gets the conversion customers into his thing. So it's a very different business model.
So can we really fault Bark and Jack for doing that watch? I did have the opinion that, look, you kind of his credibility kind of like when I've always said when what's his face up in Ohio, I guess his brand's not that good. Teddy Baldus, when Teddy did that, I stopped really watching his review videos because I realized the new ones are like, if he's reviewing it, he's trying to sell it to me. You know what I mean? So, but back to Adrian, like, can we really fault him for, selling a watch to people that are loyal to him?
Yes, we can fault him because.
Then what's the answer? Sorry to interrupt you. What's his name? I can't remember his name. Who's the guy we were just talking about? I have no idea.
Andrew Morgan.
Andrew Morgan. So he shouldn't do what he's doing, but we're saying that Adrian shouldn't do what he's doing. Then, like,
no. Well, see, this is two very different ways of running the business, right? It's very different business models, and I think what Adrian is doing is kind of at least in the direction of making that big payout, right? It looks like Adrian is trying to rebrand from being a wristwatch reviewer into being like a collab brand with these big or medium-sized watch companies.
Oh, that won't be his only watch for sure. There's more coming.
Right, that's what I'm saying. So it's a more, I think this is where more profitable business model, because you can't survive on ad revenue alone.
And you think you might be going the direction of Andrew McCutcheon? You think?
Right. Yeah, maybe or Bamford. I think Bamford more.
Right.
As much as I didn't know if I liked that show back then when there was 3 of them, I kind of like it. I kind of liked it better because it was one spot to see 3 guys talk about whatever the topic was. I kind of appreciate it more now that they're all just separate and doing their own talking head thing. It was a unique show. Those 3 guys getting together. They're always spruiking their gin or something, which annoyed me. But they always had a gin they were trying to sell or something, and drinking it on stream. But
they had a brand of gin, some sponsors. Yeah, it's
and then they had coffee, or no, Adrian Barker started with coffee, right? Didn't he have his own coffee brand?
He did.
How did that do? Did it break even? Do we know with his coffee?
I think he sold out.
Yeah,
it's
we can brand Cat's coffee tomorrow. No, I mean you. There's people that will we call it white label anything out there. You can have your own brand if you have the money.
Yeah.
A Tim Wright pink hair color.
Guys, I'm gonna go.
No, don't go.
No, but
no.
You got like let's see, what time is it right now? 15 minutes. We're gonna do another 15 minutes, then we're gonna wrap it up. So
all right.
If you want to stick around another 15 minutes, then you really got to go.
If your joints are hurting, get out of here.
Well, I'll stay a little longer because it's the joints, man. Sitting in one spot ain't good for I'm just as young as you in every other way, but joints don't like it when you're sitting around. Carry on. I'll just move around, put the
Sure.
If you want to move those joints, like get up and close the
yeah,
cabinet.
that's what I'll do. So I'm still here, okay? I'm still here.
Okay. All right. All right. Move
I'm
around a little bit.
Let me watch this. I'm going to show you a magic trick first.
Let's see. Oh, and then you made the open cabinets disappear.
Yeah, isn't that something?
Incredible.
All right, carry on your last 15 minutes.
Wow.
I'm listening, and I'll add.
Yeah, so like, you know, just talking about like business perspective from these guys. I think Adrian is kind of going into that direction where he can make that really big payout conversion, you know, to convert his big subscribership into a big payout. Now, I'm very curious to find out how many of those Christopher Ward's watches Adrian was actually able to sell at the end of the day, you know?
And he just had a clock, right? You had to buy it by a certain date.
That's right.
Which is smart, because if he sold 100, then he doesn't have any inventory left over. If he sold 10,000, then they're pre-sold. So I mean, that's a pretty smart way of doing it, you know.
Well, they were selling it through a pre-order.
Yeah, that's what I'm
right?
saying.
So
So
they weren't pre-manufactured. They made like 5. They
you can't
sent
fail
out.
that way, because if only 5 get ordered, you only make 5.
There's no risk.
Yeah,
Yeah, there's
but
no risk.
if you believe in the design and order 100,000 units, like freaking Dave Portnoy did with his shitty quartz
Right.
$3,000 watches, that he admitted that he he lost millions on that, and he didn't care. But like, that was stupid.
Oh, I think he cared. He definitely cared. Nobody loses millions and then doesn't care.
Well,
You know,
if you see
he
what
has
if you saw,
to say that he doesn't care.
if you saw what like he gambles and the money he spends on things,
Yeah.
because Barstool Sport, he's worth around 100 million now.
Yeah, but obviously he would love to be worth 200 million. You know what I mean? And
Yeah.
every time he loses, that takes him, you know, further away from, you know, nobody likes
Well,
to
actually, he's
to
worth
lose.
250 million now. God damn. To do what?
To eat pizza.
His mansion in Florida that I always see him and his dog in, it's a $28 million mansion in Florida.
Holy shit. 29 million. See,
$28 million
I bet Adrian, I bet Nico Leonard or Andrew Morgan, they would have loved to turn their businesses into a $29 million
house
property. Yeah. Right? Because like if you're running a business, right, you always have to be thinking like how do you take it to the next level? Where how do you work this business? How do you scale it? How do you, you know, how do you get paid fairly for what you do? Right? Like I think that's the ultimate goal.
And I'm not turning this around on you, but I presume these are the thoughts you have when you're laying in bed yourself, right?
Well, this is something that I'm learning. You know, I've been doing the show for 5 years, right?
Oh yeah,
And I've learned a lot. Like I started out, there's no goals whatsoever. It's just doing it for fun on the Sunday week. But like, you know, I go to watch events, right? I've learned how watch companies, they're like how they do business, how they run business. It's like almost like I've been to a business school. You understand, Mickey?
yeah.
Like I haven't been to a business school. I've studied English to be a teacher. Right? I am not a businessman whatsoever. But going and to watch events and learning about all these different watch companies kind of educated me about the business structure, corporations, you know, how the contracts, you know, how all this stuff works, how to build and structure a company. And you know, looking at these channels from that type of perspective, right? And like for example, you look at somebody like Time and Tide. Let's pull up Andrew Morgan, Time and Tide. Now, how they do it? This is a completely different strategy, right? Time and Tide started out as the website. It's a counter to Hodinkee, an Australian Hodinkee. Andrew Morgan, he's not a YouTuber. He runs this company, right? And he has very strong personality. And he uses himself as kind of like he's like the CEO of this company,
Yeah,
right? Because that's what he is.
How was his store? I know you were there live on the stream, but when you're thinking back, was it a pretty good impression? Do you think that people are walking in off the street and buying watches at that store?
Nobody's walking in off the street into that place because nobody knows that it exists.
Oh, I thought it was on street level. It was a storefront.
No, I don't think so. I think it's.
Well, you were in it.
Well, for example, I haven't been in the one in the city yet.
Oh,
but I've
which
been
one
to
were
the
you
one
in where you actually talked to him in the store?
No. That was in London.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been to the one in UK. It's not on the street level. It's on the second floor.
Oh,
You have to go. Yeah, no, not appointment. You just when it's open, you just have to hit the buzzer. They buzz you in. You go upstairs, and you go inside.
Oh wow,
It's only for people who are there. So, but that's great because it's pre-selection. If you went out of your way to get there, the chances are so much more likely that you will buy something. You're pre-selected.
Yeah, you're choosing to go there.
Yeah, you're choosing to put an extra effort in to be there versus if you just like a window browsing, you just randomly walk into the boutique, doesn't mean you're going to buy something, right?
No, but the odds are higher if you have more foot traffic that you're going to buy. I don't know. I think
No, it's the reverse. Think about it. If you walked in, if you're a walk-in, the chances are higher that you're going to buy something if you walked into Andrew's business than if you just walk into a random store. Because if you're just walking into a random store and you're not there shopping for that specific thing and you don't even know what the brand is, like sometimes when I'm in the city, I'll walk into some store. I'm not buying jack shit. Right? I mean, maybe you're saying there is a higher chance somebody walks in that, yes, I agree with you. Because people walk in, but they're just wasting time. They're just tire kicking. Wasting your salespeople's time. And guess what? Your salespeople are charging you money as a businessman. Andrew Morgan pays his salespeople. And if you own the business, you pay your salespeople salary. And when your salespeople are talking to people walking in, if they're talking to people who have no interest to buy your product, then they're just wasting your money.
Oh God.
You understand?
Yeah, but you're paying them to be there anyway. You might as well have them talking to somebody.
Wait a minute. I don't want to.
But if they're not gonna buy anything, then what? You're just paying for these two people to have like a leisurely conversation on a Monday evening? Get the fuck out of here!
Why are you blowing up, Tim? Why are you blowing up?
I'm just joking. I'm just being a business owner with a whip. Whipping my employees.
I worked in those slave retail positions.
Yeah.
And there's sort of like what's it called, an equilibrium in everything. Now I'm going to sound foolish because I'm talking right in front of Mickey, who's a businessman, or he works in whatever he does. But I got barked at is so much if there was a little bit of small conversation with someone that eventually buys works. It's got to be a medium point. Like if we really know that this guy is just shopping around and just wants attention, and there are clues to that, then you got to kind of see if you can get out of there, get rid of him or her, or not really get rid of them, but move on. I get it.
Yeah, you got to get rid of them. You got to get rid of these tire kicking bums out of your store. They're actually ruining your rug by putting in wear and tear on your rugs. They're not there to buy anything, and they will never will.
But you're sounding like when I walked in. Hold on. When I walked
meantime, there might be a client that's coming in, or a new next customer who will buy something, but they're actually not going to buy anything because you got this fucking tire kicker wasting all of your salespeople's time.
Hold on.
But see, I disagree because say if I walk into Orvis, like what Orvis is, the men's clothing, outdoor, whatever store, and I don't know what I want, but I get in there and I go, oh man, look at that new Barber jacket. Or look at that freaking jumper or sweater. If I had to make an appointment to go there, I'd never buy anything from there. So I believe the reverse, like foot traffic, you convert foot traffic, and then maybe some people do know the brand, maybe you interest people in the brand, maybe the salesperson talks them into buying something, but just making it like exclusive where you got to make an appointment or find a place. I don't see how that.
Mickey, what you're saying is very expensive to do, and only companies with multi-billion-dollar budgets can afford to have boutiques like that. That they could just have people coming in and wasting your salespeople's staff, and not getting paid. That business model is gone. That's why, think about it. Who has boutiques? Who has boutiques? This is the new move. Is this how you kick? This is the move that Daniel Katz gets his salespeople to practice to kick out these tire kickers. I gotcha. There we go. Salespeople. That was the exercise to practice.
Excuse the mess here, but some of my exercise equipment's right in that same area.
But look, the thing is, like, this is a very what Andrew did. He's built a very efficient business model where it's extremely safe. Okay, nobody that walks into the business is wasting their time because they're already all pre-selected. They know about the business because they're following their YouTube channel. They're subscribed to them on Instagram. They've got their Time and Tide website bookmarked to the top of their browser. Okay,
stop for a second.
And that's why he's able to run it on a bare bones budget.
I get it, but hold on.
He's really scaling this business correctly, efficiently.
It's worth repeating. Hold on a second. It's worth what you just said repeating. But let's start. I went in with you and the buddies as part of that entourage. Yeah. We went in because Andrew already knew you. So I didn't go through the protocol. I went in because it was part of the group.
You were pre-selected.
Oh, I was. What? How?
Because you are the reason you went there. You're part of the watch community. I invited you to go there because I'm into watches. I know about it, and I brought friends who are interested in watches. Somebody. So there you go. You're pre-selected. I didn't just take you to any random bullshit store.
Yes, sir.
And we could have went to some store where they sell some, I don't know, some fucking weird backpacks.
So why does 1,000 people a day walk into the Swatch store in Vegas and pick up a Swatch that they didn't think they knew? They knew what Swatch was. They may know the brand, and like I don't know. I just see retail.
Swatch store is a multi-billion-dollar corporation. They can afford to have a boutique because for them it's a deductible.
But he already has a boutique. He just has it upstairs where you got to ring a buzzer to get to. I'm saying, why not put it on the ground floor? You're still going to get the buzzer ringers that know your brand and want to come in specifically.
It's more expensive. If you're on the ground level, you have to pay completely different rent. You're talking about, dude. Trax pays, he said, like $50,000 a month for a window in Diamond District. $50,000. He's got 2 windows, so he pays $100,000 to have those 2 windows. So you're talking about you're gonna have the same boutique, the same people who are gonna be walking in. You're gonna have a chance that some tire kickers will walk in that will not buy your stuff, and then you have to pay $100K. It's just not smart business. If you're in this type of, like, this is not a volume business. They're not gonna be selling these, like, Swatch could do it because Swatch, the profit margin on Swatches is just so much more insane, and it's a deductible for them. They get money because, like, they're part of this mega corporation. If they didn't make money this month, and like for them to build out a Swatch store, they've got a partnership with another company that goes in and sets this up for them. For Andrew to do a Time and Tide store, he probably had to do it with investors. This is 100% That whole shop was outfitted the way it was outfitted because it was built in collaboration with like 5 other New Yorkers who are mega collectors, and they invested in the business. There's no way he did it with his own money and with just loans.
Oh,
Was
was it?
same with Teddy.
2 million. Yeah,
Oh,
exactly.
Teddy just
Exactly.
expanded his store too. He had what? Did he have Mr. Wonderful helping him? I don't know, but
Yeah.
he had that expanded store there now. Yeah,
Exactly. He
yeah.
had probably Mr. Wonderful invest in it, and Mr. Wonderful probably brought in 5 of his other friends to invest into it as well. So they probably had like an investor. Same thing here, but this is a lean. What Time and Tide is? It's a lean, mean, profit making machine. Okay, there's no. They cut all the waste. They don't want random people
Yeah,
walking
I
into
hear
the
you. No,
store.
and I think both models work. I found it both models. The model Mickey and I are used to is the store, the massive volume, people kicking the tire, not the tire it just kicked, and eventually someone buys.
Right.
And write off, I found interesting that you said there's sometimes they want those write up for the tax thing as the overall corporation. So even if a store is not making money or they're losing money, it might be part of the whole package of the write-off in expenses against what they're really making for less taxes or whatever that is.
You know the Rodeo Drive boutiques?
Yeah, of course.
Dude, there is no way that those boutiques are profitable because of
I would agree
how
with that. I would agree with
Okay.
that.
Okay.
how
Yeah.
expensive it is, to rent out
But
a space there.
But go slow. But that goes
How
back to what Daniel
exclusive.
said. It's
Yeah.
branding. It's
Yes.
it's a tax write-off. It's an expense account.
Yeah.
You know,
We hear ya.
we recently opened doesn't matter. We opened something in a state, and we picked 4 states, and we went to the state that gave us the biggest tax write-off. They gave us like they gave hundreds of thousands of dollars for us to move to this state, where other states were like, fuck you, if you want to move here, you move here. So we moved to a state that actually gave tax write-offs and gave like tax benefits for like 5 years, and like gave land, like because they wanted the jobs. Anyway, that's a side thing. So there's lots of reasons, like Daniel's saying, to have a business, and sometimes it's not just to sell shit. Like
Right, exactly. And these Time and Tide boutiques, they have multiple purposes. So like the number one is, yes, they sell physical watches there, but also they can hold events and expose their customers to other brands, and they charge money for that. So for example, when we were there for the Blank Paw, I think Sean, remember when Sean was there and all of us were there at the, and
John
they
was
had
there.
I got that book that I sent you.
In Paris.
In Paris, yeah. No, was it Paris or no? It was in London.
Okay.
In London,
Okay.
at the they brought in this photographer that Blank Paw sponsors, and Blank Paw probably paid some substantial sum to Time and Tide to host such an evening.
Yeah.
Right, and because they want to talk directly to the customers, and this is a powerful way to do marketing. So the space is never wasted. Like, they got the space during the day, they're making sales, and then they try to fill out the rest of the time to do and hold these kind of events,
or rent it out for events that's not necessarily to do with them. I think he said that too.
Well, that's the Blank Pie event.
Oh, okay.
I would say I would consider
Timmy,
that.
why don't you start renting out like restaurants and
this.
having watch meetups?
Dude, look, it's complicated. It's very political.
Everything's complicated, but you gotta you gotta figure out your shtick.
Well, hold on. Is this now? We're hitting 15 minutes. I really do have to go. But is that
we're out of here.
Is he a partner of Andrews, or is he just a?
I think this is the guy that they have that's going to be doing media for New York, like their videographer guy for New York.
He spent
Do
a
you know
lot.
him?
Fuck, I want pizza
no,
now.
He treated me like he actually treated me like really well.
Who is this guy?
I don't know, but I
Was
met
he
him
in?
in London when we
You
were in
remember him
London.
from London,
Yeah,
really?
he was in London. That don't forget, we're talking about was it 2 summers ago now?
Yeah.
We met him in London at Andrew's thing. He was working with Andrew in London, helping with
Wow.
when we came there. Now maybe he doesn't stay there, but he was acting like one of the staff when we were there.
Well, it looks like he moved with him to New York to maybe actually start up and help the team set up the production here for New York. Because look, they made this video. They had a launch of the Studio Underdog pizza watch. These pizza watches could only be purchased directly from Time and Tide boutiques.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Anyway, that guy treated me like the charlatan that I am, with very, very much respect.
They sold hundreds of them, Daniel.
All right, yeah.
Well, if he's good,
you
Daniel,
need to
not
have
that
a
you're not
poetry book to sell to them. That's
not
what
that
you
you're
should
not
have had with
special.
you.
Not that you're not special, Daniel, but if that guy's good, he should make everyone feel how you felt. You know what I'm saying? Like that's what a good sales guy does. Is that you're the most important person until you walk away from him.
And you know what? The grifter that I am, they treated me as well, very well too.
Yeah.
I was very surprised.
Thank you, Marco, for that. He won't buy a pizza watch. Okay, Marco, thank you for that.
I like that. I like how he worded it. Let me get this perfectly clear. I would not.
My
buy
watch
a
channel
pizza.
says Studio Underdog can pay for events at Time and Tide because they're massively overpriced seagulls that cost hundreds of bucks. No. They share the profits. You see, they've got an exclusive collab. Studio Underdog, and I think Studio Underdog doesn't have to pay.
No. What he's saying is the watch is a Seagull movement watch that's worth $59. Like you could buy those watches all day long if it didn't have a pizza on it for $159. Like the link I sent you in chat.
It probably costs $100 to make them.
Maybe, and they sell them for $895, $1,100.
Yeah, you know the commission on that watch. If a salesperson sells the Studio Underdog, you know what the commission is?
No.
$300.
Yeah.
Pure
profit.
Yeah, that's an amazing business because they're actually amazing looking watches. So
humor me. This is a good angle. I know we want to get off. Look at the link I put in the private chat, real quick. Just humor me on this. So here's an example of what who just said that was very smart. My watch channel. Look at this link and go to this website. So real quick, these are jump hour watches that use the Seagull movement for $139. And then if you scroll up, go to collections and go to 1963 series. These are Seagull watch movements for $169. That's the movement that's in all those $800-900 watches. Like it's all just marketing bullshit. And
no, it's beyond. It's not just
this.
Marketing bullshit.
The pizza one.
The pizza one. No, it's not just the marketing bullshit. The marketing is everything, right? This is what I'm trying to explain, right? Marketing is everything. If you wanted to, you could go and you could get this for $100. But guess what? You're not part of the community. You're not part of the Studio Underdog family when you buy these base models. Yeah, you can get the same ones.
Yeah.
Are they going to keep the time as well? Yeah. But are you part of the family and what those guys are trying to build? Because this watch is put together in China. The Studio Underdogs, they source watches from Seagull, but they put them together in Britain, right? And
I'd like to see what percentage. I'd like to see what percentage they actually do in Britain. Go back to that jump hour watch real quick.
The jump
hour? Back, back one where you started. Keep going back. Daniel, this is an interesting watch, Daniel. Look at this watch.
With the guilloche, right?
Yeah, but
no, I see it.
Go back one more. Look at the stone one they have. I don't know that I would buy this. Like right there, the blue sandstone, down, blue sandstone. It looks like on the left, right there.
This one?
Yeah.
Oh, this one. Oh, this is like Aventurine.
Yeah, but for like.
Yeah, but hold on. I got the Baltic.
I'm holding.
I got the Baltic, and the handling of it, I wasn't impressed. Now that's just me, but this is really good for the price. Like fantastic,
isn't it? Like
the feel when you feel it, you say, oh well, okay, it is what it is, and but I wouldn't compare it to the, you get a piece for $1,000. It may have a simple movement, but it's been readdressed to some extent. Tim, which leads Tim, the seagull, was it modified at all when it was put together in the UK?
They have a special edition that they make for the Studio Underdog because the Studio Underdog team, they order them 10,000 pieces at a time. They
Yeah.
have like a unique finish customized just for the Studio Underdog.
Okay, so
they're a big client of theirs.
Are they assembled? Are they assembled in the UK, or is just the order?
No, they're pre-assembled, but they're regulated in UK.
Oh, okay. Oh, I see.
So my point of these watches are, I'm not saying they're great, but my point is that these are just as good as Studio Underdog, and they're $149.
But they don't have the Studio Underdog story.
Yeah, but I personally, I don't care about that. Like, what is that the cool kid club that I want to be in? The Pizza Watch Studio Underdog Club? I mean,
look, that's what I'm saying. If you don't care about that story, then definitely you can go and you can save money. You buy this one. But this is very similar with what Rolex is, right?
Yeah,
Rolex is a big part of Rolex. Not just they are some of the highest quality watches out there, but also the story that they sell. Right?
From day one, I just watched an amazing thing on Rolex. That from day one, they didn't care about the watch. They cared about the marketing, and they cared about the fact that it was going to be considered dust proof, because back then there wasn't waterproof.
Yeah, it was all marketing. Yeah,
it was all marketing.
The reason he wanted to push waterproof watches, it's not like there was this demand. It was ahead of its time, that the waterproof and dust proof.
Well, it started as dust proof. Yeah, it was really interesting. It's Rolex is a marketing company that sells watches.
Get this, he took the wristwatch into some lab that was only testing pocket watches, and it was the only wristwatch that was tested to certain accuracy. And he said, we're the #1 accurate wristwatches in the world. Guess what? There was no other wristwatches that was submitted. Everybody else was submitting only pocket watches at the time. You can look that up as well.
Right. Well, so then he could put that in an advertisement.
Yes.
And say, made in London, the world's only.
But see, using those marketing strategies, he was able to build up enough of profit so that the company has money to then become independent and have the necessary funds to do what they're doing now.
Right.
In the same way, Studio Underdog, they're building up this foundation, this fan base. Yes, this fan base is paying premium to get these seagull movements, but they're recased in original cases, in original dials, with an original take on the watch community.
Right.
It costs a little, it costs premium, but they are what they are, and you then become part of this Studio Underdog story, and you don't know where they're gonna go from here. Studio Underdog, these are the humble start for potentially incredible future.
Okay,
I have to address something. Mark 55493 said you're a watch snub, Mickey. Mark, would a watch snob wear this? An Orient for $240.
Ooh.
And I love this Orient as much as I love just about this watch is the greatest $246 I ever spent.
Yeah.
That's probably like that would be smarter buy than buying a Seagull for $150. If I had $150, I would, or whatever, Mickey, I would buy the Orient, not the Seagull.
Yeah, and what's funny is I timed it. I'll let Daniel talk, but I timed it on that Tick IQ app before I lose it. And believe it or not, it has low aperture, but it was plus 4 seconds a day, which is fucking Rolex time, like the old, I'm not a watch snob. I love all watches.
I'm really happy with my Seiko that Tim has. I stole Tim's thoughts of Seiko enamel, only he had the blue and I had the white one. I don't know how that worked, but anyways,
It's
Well,
destiny, Daniel.
with
The
destiny.
yin and the yang. I
Yeah,
got the blue one, you got
yeah,
the white
yeah,
one.
yeah.
The
Okay.
yin and the yang.
We,
We're
Tim's,
meant to be.
Tim's really the watch snob here with
Yeah.
his Rolexes and his
Yeah.
IWCs
But
and his
With
Maurice
my
Grossman.
Zodiac,
yeah, your Zodiac. Okay, so get
Grossman,
back to this. Outside
Pepsi.
what Tim was saying, just to add a little more grade to the whole thing, we have to remember outside of the marketing being king and etc., and the supply and demand of a rundown looking Explorer One vintage sold by Adam or whoever, and it's worth 26,000, an Explorer One, like, but it's a unique one collector's item. It's a whole different thing. But the case in this case, outside of the marketing, the case of the watch we were just talking about, the rainbow or the pumpkin, whatever we call them, what's an underdog? The case and the enamel, you're not the enamel, but the dial, everything, and it's the whole watch.
Yeah,
It's
there's value there. There's value
yeah,
there.
it's not just the movement. It is the marketing. It might be the main one, like Tim said, but you got a really, really nice case. The way I look with the lugs, the way it overall fits with the strap. You got the back of it that looks decent. You got the dial and the hands. It's the whole package with a movement that's been regulated and also fitting a certain design expectations of the collab. So it's a whole.
It was well thought out.
Yeah.
You know what it is? It's like there's a pie chart, right? Whenever you're selling a watch, right? Whenever watch is priced, you have to make a pie chart, right? And one portion of the pie chart is going to be the cost of manufacturing, right?
Yeah.
Cost of manufacturing, and then there's going to be the cost of selling, right? That's your sales cost. What does it cost to sell? That's like your marketing,
Yeah.
right? Your marketing budget. What is going to be your marketing, right? And then the rest is going to be profit. Choosing how much to spend where, right? Like, because you could spend all your money to make the best watch for 800 pounds ever, but if you spend no money on the marketing,
Yeah.
nobody's gonna buy your watch.
Yeah, that's called the cost. There's a thing called like the cost to gain a customer. Or
You have to, yeah, you have to balance these ratios really well.
Okay.
I think what Studio Underdog does is they spend the money in the right place as they're building up this brand. Okay, they're not trying to make a high-end watch as their first watch. They're not trying to compete against Patek Philippe. They'll get there. They're starting out humble. That's why they're Studio Underdog. They're starting out small, very humble, and they'll improve their manufacturing. They'll put in more money as it makes sense.
Okay. All right. Now let me say this, and then I gotta leave because
We're ending. Yeah.
the longest 15 minutes I ever experienced.
Yeah, it's
So-
30 actually, but that was a good talk.
All right. So the film industry, which is very nasty, Hollywood.
Foreign
I'm
film.
gonna mention
Foreign.
Hollywood. I'm talking about Hollywood
not porn. Okay, go
in
ahead.
general. Not. You don't even have to go with the porno. Could be the most innocent of the general backstabbing that goes on in Hollywood. But I digress. So Miramax has got, rightly so, a bad name to it now because of its Epstein experience. I won't get into all that. It helped fund a fantastic film that was made by a director in Europe called Pan's Labyrinth. Amazing story, small budget, but potentially no one was going to see that film until Miramax teamed up with them and invested $70 million to reach the distributors around the world. And the advertising, the trailers, when you walk into the big theaters, it blew wide open and they made big money. They cleaned up in the Academy Awards and they made big money. And it was a thinking artsy film that made a lot of money. It was one of the few. The imagination of a young girl while she was facing tragedy in that war in Spain before the Second World War, Pan's Labyrinth. Amazing piece of art film.
Well,
$70 million.
and that's how
I
it
just
wasn't.
zoned out. Daniel Katz was talking about Pan's Labyrinth or something.
Yeah, it was a no. All I'm saying
Dude,
is a
that
lot
what a
of money was
segue.
spent.
Well,
Uh-huh.
you
Yeah,
know
a
what?
lot
That's
of
how
money
wasn't Goodwill Hunting. I know no one likes Ben Affleck and what's his face anymore, but Goodwill Hunting
Yeah.
was a movie like that. They just made it like on a small little budget, and that movie became Goodwill Hunting is a movie I think that holds up to this day. And then The Passion of the Christ. I don't know if anyone's seen that.
Yeah.
Mel Gibson, like he couldn't get anyone because of the topic to release that movie, so he had to release it on its own. So, obviously, sometimes you got to do it yourself, I guess, is the story.
Right. But that was also a great film, and it obviously worked. I'll bring this up, Tim.
FC. And look at the opposite. Look. By the way, there's a flip side of that. Is Francis?
Ford Coppola.
Well, yeah, he spent $100 million.
He sold his winery. He
lost
sold everything.
it all.
Oh,
no amount of promoting could make that movie.
What was the movie about? What was the movie? What was
exactly, Daniel? That's the whole proof. What's the movie? Exactly. Okay. You see it? That's why. I mean, like, you see the watches. Okay. I've seen the watches. There's some really good stuff. But why aren't you guys buying it? There's all these incredible watches. Zero marketing. They're the most incredible crafted pieces.
But, okay.
People couldn't give a flying fuck.
Right.
Yeah.
That's because
he made it for him.
Matters.
But is there meat on the bone? There's got to be meat on the bone. If the marketing's really good, you got to have meat on the bone.
At the end of the day, Studio Underdog, everybody wears them. There's so many fans. If you go to London, I was in Greece with the roommate, and I saw a guy wearing a Studio Underdog watch. We had a look.
You know what? I think the lady in stilettos was wearing one.
The lady in the stilettos, she wears the cherry dial.
Yeah, she hasn't lost it either.
Daniel, when you worked in retail, did you ever work in a women's shoe store?
Isn't that funny? I worked in a shoe store that included women's shoes. Yes, I did it way back years ago. Did you look up something?
No, I could just see you like going.
I did.
What about these pumps and slipping them on?
Years ago.
Remember what's Married with Children? Ted Bundy? Was it Ted Bundy?
Hopefully, I didn't talk like him.
No, but there's a great scene in there where like this big fat lady comes in and she wants like a size 2 shoe. It's hilarious. I could just see you being so polite with these women, going, "Okay, we'll try to fit that on."
Yeah.
Sorry, random Mickey.
Yeah. Okay, are we going to close up, Tim? Because I got to go.
Al Bundy. Thank you.
We should have closed up 2 hours ago, Daniel.
We should have never. Let's be honest. We should have never opened up.
Nobody gives a fuck, anyways. But I wanted to end with this one. By the way, No Fold was proven right yet again. The numbers guy. People hate this guy, but
that's not Jim Carrey. I could have told you that.
It wasn't.
Looking at it.
It turned out it wasn't.
Now, having said this, though, he had this big beard.
People were called conspiracy theorists for saying
he had
that's
this
not
big beard. He had the big beard for a long time, so maybe his face did change a little. But
yeah, I thought he was just on like maybe he had some kind of a fucking what's
plastic surgery or something.
Yeah, maybe
Botox.
Maybe he's doing some Botox or something.
That's what I thought too. Yeah.
Yeah, and you were like, "Oh, these conspiracy theorists."
I'm happy for Jim Carrey that it's not him, because that's horrible if it was him.
Yeah, watch this, guys.
Not be the real Jim Carrey. It's just come out that this was an impersonator. The person who's taken credit for the performance is Alexis Stone, who's a known artist who has done this before. Alexis stating that they had done it on Instagram not long ago and showing a bit of the process. They're better known for the work from Kim Kardashian, turning her into a lizard. Here's some of the other work from the past, and obviously impersonating known people is something that this person has done before. But I mean, to be able to pull off Jim Carrey, well done. A lot of people were fooled. Obviously, the internet went wild and sort of looked at whoever this person was and said, hell no, that's not him. And good on those people, and good on you for being called a conspiracy theorist and then turn out to be correct.
Daniel, pull your mask off. Daniel, pull your mask off.
Yeah. By the way, he was also playing that woman that was in Dangerous Liaisons, the main bad person in Dangerous Liaisons. He was dressed up as a woman, that woman actor. Tim, do you look up Dangerous Liaisons, the cast? I just forgot her name, but it doesn't matter. But he played him too, that character. That
You know,
artist.
that's the amazing thing of that impersonation is that that's what like Jim Carrey is really good at, right?
Oh, and that funny? They
Impersonations.
played it on the impersonator, and that's
Yes, it's a joke within a joke.
How did he get a cabinet open? How did he get a
What?
cabinet
He's
open?
got ghosts. He's definitely has ghosts in the house. Poltergeist. All right, guys, let's close it out.
Oh,
Daniel has
what's he
to
got?
go.
He's got a hat or something. What's he doing?
No. I was looking up. I'm just looking up something here, real quick. You can close out if you want, but I want to see just for the people out here.
Actually, I wanted to watch a video. It's kind of related to what we were
hold on.
talking about in the beginning.
Glenn Close. He played Glenn Close, the artist, and with the cigarette holder, like this. But they showed the same artist who played Jim Carrey.
Jim Carrey.
Yeah.
Nice. Okay. Well, I'm gonna go watch a video. Waco, talking about this very special FP Jorn. Mickey, I don't know if you want to watch it. If you want to watch it with me and kind of react to it, so we can do it together. If you
watch it.
I'll watch, but I'm gonna close myself out. I'm watching. I'm
yeah.
still here.
Okay. Cool.
Because then I'm doing my stuff while you do it. Okay. All right.
Fantastic. Because I watched this video and I thought that this was probably one of the best videos to explain what the heck is going on with FP Jorn. This is Revolution video. Let me see here. From 3 years ago. It's got barely no views, 7.8 thousand views. Okay. That is no views, basically. There's only 19 comments on this video, but it's probably one of the most incredible videos of all time. And it really gets into the psyche of the collectors, and it's a must watch. Let's watch it together. I'll try to pause it and we'll answer some questions throughout.
What's going on, guys? Waco and Jeremiah Chan from Revolution here at Watchbox HQ in Singapore on the 21st floor of Leah Towers, and we are in the presence of true greatness. We have one of the most magnificent watches ever created,
and one of the rarest
watches ever created before us in our hands on this tray, and it is a François Paul Jorn Souscription Tourbillon Remontoir d'Égalité, and
one of 20. I think this is number 18.
Okay, so to understand the significance of this watch, let's go back in time a little bit. Let's go to 1983. Right?
Okay.
So at this time, François Paul had created his very first tourbillon pocket watch. Right. So actually, leading up to that, he was working as Uncle Michel's atelier, who was a master of watch restoration. And one of the clients that would frequent the premises was a man named Cecil Clutton, right? An eccentric Englishman of extraordinary taste. And
he collected Bugattis and raised them as well.
And considerable wealth, obviously, because he used to rock out with 2 pocket watches in either pocket of his waistcoat. He had in one pocket a George Daniels pocket watch, and in the other pocket a Breguet tourbillon made in 1823. And I should mention
2 of the greatest, huh?
2 of the greatest and 2 tourbillons, right?
Yes.
And this completely filled François Paul with the desire to one day have his own tourbillon.
Right.
But then he realized that he couldn't purchase one. His only way forward was to make his own tourbillon.
So just pause it there. Wow. Okay. This is 1983. Now, so this guy, this Cecil Clutton guy, has been collecting watches prior to 1983. Right, because 1983 is when FP Jorn develops his first tourbillon pocket watch, and FP Jorn gets inspired by this collector, by this eccentric guy who was collecting watches before this was cool, way before. So it's just that a story of a collector here, I think, is really important, because when this dude was he was, he was obviously collecting Bugattis, that's one thing, it's obviously he was mega mega rich. He had to have been mega rich, right, Mickey?
Yeah.
But to also like have this passion for watches, right? Because what's going to happen next is very interesting. Okay.
All right.
So it's,
So let's go to 1983 when he finally created his very first pocket watch tourbillon. Now, somehow along this time, he met an incredible collector named Eugene Schwind, right? And Eugene Schwind, which he details his relationship with him in the video that I did with my interview with him at Brasserie Lip in Geneva, was an eccentric person, but also a man that knew watchmaking in and out, right? And he went to Francois Paul and said, I would like you to make me a watch. Now, he's Francois Paul.
With a slightly ulterior motive, I would add.
Correct. Now, by Francois Paul, actually, he'd asked him this several times, and Francois Paul told him previous to this, listen, I'm not even sure if I will be successful in making my watch yet, with all his humility. So let me try to make my first tourbillon first. And if I succeed, then we can embark on a project together. So he was successful in 1983, as I mentioned. He created his first pocket watch tourbillon. And then he spoke to Eugene Schwind and said, listen, I'm ready to make a watch for you. And Eugene Schwind said, that's great. I would like you to make a tourbillon for me, but with
a remontoir d'égalité.
A remontoir d'égalité. So let's explain what a remontoir d'égalité.
Okay, boom. Whoa. Okay, this is where I think this is so freaking cool. All right, so you've got this Eugene Schwind, who's like a collector and who is really knowledgeable about watches and movement and all this stuff. And this guy is custom ordering watches that don't even exist from these like watchmakers who are like probably some of the world top watchmakers to be able to make a one-off piece like that, right?
And this is 1983.
Yeah, Mickey, right? This
right in the middle of the quartz freaking right?
It's quartz crisis just wiped out because I think it was like a quartz crisis 1970s, but 1983. This is you're talking about. Yeah, it's barren land. Nobody is making automatic watches. That's a thing of the past. There's people collecting vintage watches, but like this type of thing should probably no longer exist, right? Because quartz watch exists, but there's freaking guys who are willing to spend private ridiculous amount of money to hire individuals with this very niche skill to push the boundaries of watchmaking further. Okay. Right. So he made a tourbillon. This guy says tourbillon d'égalité. This is like a really important story. So now, what is tourbillon d'égalité?
Well, I think we can probably just translate it to English. You know, we call it a constant force mechanism. So it regulates the amount of energy from the mainspring in the barrel through the wheel train and then to the escapement and of course to the tourbillon.
Yeah. I mean, the thing to understand is that as the torque from the barrel depletes, as power reserve goes down, less and less energy is distributed to the escapement and then therefore to the balance wheel. Now, when you put a tourbillon at the end of this wheel train, it makes it even worse.
Because it's so heavy.
Because it's so heavy. And Francois Paul has always said, actually, a tourbillon is like giving a boy a backpack full of stones to walk up a staircase, right? You know, and he said that the only way to make a tourbillon better in a wristwatch was to remove it from the influence of the power in the barrel, hence the remontoir d'égalité. Incidentally, the remontoir d'égalité, or the remontoir, if they say in English, right, or constant force mechanism, was created by a very famous man who allowed the English to find longitude at sea.
John Harrison?
John Harrison. I mean, he was the guy that allowed the British Empire its predominance because they were finally able to find longitude at sea, right? Now, so the way that works is that basically you need to have a timepiece that is set to a reference time at the port where you're leaving.
In this case was Greenwich, right?
Greenwich, exactly. And then you would be able to find your kind of local time by looking at the position of the sun relative to the horizon. And then you compare the two, and the difference would allow you to tell your exact longitude. The problem was watches were not accurate enough. And it was Harrison with his H2 and finally an H4, which was the world's first successful marine chronometer with a 7.5 second remontoir d'égalité that allowed the British to conquer all the native lands that they did. Well,
holy shit. Now, this is another incredible piece of history, right?
Yep.
How important watchmaking, accurate watchmaking was to the British, right? Like The British were able to conquer the world because they could navigate the world more accurately than any other nation. Is that they had the world's first GPS.
Is that are they talking about the sextant? Wasn't that the naval thing? No, that's for reading this. You lost me what they designed.
The Galilei. So
Galilei,
they
okay.
created a remontoire. Remontoire is what he was saying is the constant force mechanism. So basically, because what happens, the longer. So when you set the time, right, on the wristwatch, right, the longer it works, the less accurate it gets. Correct? Because every day it either loses 2 seconds. Like, for example, your Rolex. When you set your Rolex, let's say we set your Rolex watch right now to the accurate atomic clock, right?
Yep.
Tomorrow, it's going to be either plus 2 seconds or minus 2 seconds. Or it could be in between somewhere. It could be any of that number, right?
Yep.
If it goes plus 2, right? Let's just say hypothetically. Then the next day, same process repeats. From plus 2, it could go another plus 2, or it could go minus 2, and we're back to 0, and it's accurate again.
Yep.
But the point is, the longer time goes, the less accurate it will get, right? Until the point where it's completely unusable, right? Where it's like -5, minus 10 minutes.
Well,
right?
if it's plus 2
10,
every day after 15 days, now you're 30 seconds. Yeah, you got to reset it. Yeah.
Yeah. But watches back then were even less accurate. They were like plus minus 20 seconds a day.
Sure.
So if you're plus 20 seconds and if you're on the ship, you take off and then you're at sea for 60 days, 30 days later, you're going to be way off.
Right.
Okay. So now this accuracy is highly also like because these clocks, they have really big, the marine chronometers, they need to be extremely accurate. And one of the big things that makes clocks inaccurate is the difference between when the mainspring is fully wound versus when it's not wound a lot. Okay, there's that delta, right, that they're talking about. When your mainspring in your watch is wound to its maximum potential, it pushes with a lot more force, making the watch go faster.
Sure.
Than when it's almost depleted and it's making it go
slowing down.
Yeah, when it's slowing down. Remontoire removes that inconsistency. Okay. So you can have a 30-day power reserve mainspring, but you push it through the constant force. That constant force takes away all that difference. Your spring is going to push with the same force, whether it's at maximum capacity or it's almost depleted. You understand? It's like a break in between. Okay. And then you slap a tourbillon on top of it, and now you got the most accurate watch you can possibly do. You're negating the force aspect and you're negating the gravitational aspect. All right. That's how you make the world's most accurate wristwatch. And that's what this Eugene Schwinn had F. Bjorn do for the pocket watch.
In what year?
1983, after 1983. Because now 1893.
F. Bjorn was making watches in 83?
Yeah. In 83, he made his first pocket watch with a tourbillon.
Wow. I didn't know the brand was that old.
Well, no, there was no brand. He was just
a watch guy. He
was a watchmaker. He wasn't thinking of himself as a brand or anything like that, probably at that time yet. Yeah, he was probably working for I think they explained he was working for some other companies there as well.
John Harrison.
Dominate.
And as a Singapore former colony, I don't know how we feel about that, but anyway, John Harrison, bravo.
Yeah.
So the point of all this is, okay, let's go back. And Eugene Schwinn had approached François Paul, and he said he wanted a tourbillon with a remontoir d'égalité, which set François Paul on this journey of discovery to create what was this iconic complication.
Right.
But there was an ulterior motive for this. So Jeremiah, tell us about that ulterior motive.
Well, I think there was a disagreement between Eugene and what we would consider the greatest watchmaker of the 20th century, George Daniels.
Correct.
And George Daniels had already created a pocket watch with a tourbillon and a remontoir, you know. And because, there was some sort of disagreement, I think François Paul mentioned to you, probably over a case of antique watches, right? And he wanted another prolific watchmaker, which I think he identified, that nascent talent in François Paul, right?
Yes.
And so he wanted a watch that was equivalent to George Daniels'
or even
watch.
trumped.
Maybe,
Yes.
maybe, but he didn't want to. He wanted to keep it a secret.
Correct.
So he told François Paul not to put his name, on the watch, which was a practice at the time.
He told François Paul that he would put his name on the dial, but he would cover it with a plate.
Oh, okay.
And the plate would say "Made for Dr. Eugene Schwinn."
Yeah.
Right. And then he proceeded to, I guess, in today's terminology,
flex.
And he would go to.
Oh, did you hear that?
Yeah.
Dude, look at this. There's a picture of the pocket watch that F. Bjorn made for Eugene Schwinn. Look at this. You see it?
Made
This
for
backplate.
Dr.
Yeah. D.R.E. Schwind. Dude. And I think made by F. Bjorn is on the other side of that plate. The only way you could tell is by removing the plate and looking on the underside.
Wow. That's a pretty cool story, yeah.
Wow. And what a request, right? But look, see, this is kind of people like this, obviously I think he saw the potential. He saw that, man, this guy, FP, he is, next level craftsman.
Right.
Right. And he believed in what this guy could create in years to come. So he commissioned this work, and maybe he flexing back then wasn't as same as it is today.
Well, it
right?
wasn't Instagram.
Yeah. It wasn't Instagram. It was actually, and nobody else was even commissioning watches, if you think like this, right? There was no watch communities the way we think of watch communities now. This, it's also organized nowadays, right? You got these clubs and you got Red Bar, right? It's so much easier to organize nowadays. But this guy was, I guess he was just passionate about watches, and he wanted a watch to be made for him, and he wanted it to be a kind of watch that never been made before, right? And so the passion, and because think of it this way, I don't think he was even thinking a lot of people they buy watches because an investment, and it's it could
This
be
was a
flex.
love. This is for a love of the art, a love.
Right,
of the timekeeping.
right. This is money probably that he thought he's never going to be able to recover. He's just spending this money because he loves
As an experiment.
watches.
Yeah.
As an experiment, as just something special for himself. Now it's become this whole watch flexing has become very almost contrived, right? People are flexing more brands than
Technology
the
or
project. Yeah, this is a project that he worked with Watchmaker on, right? Think about it. Nowadays, it's you'd be lucky if you could work with a watchmaker to make you a piece unique dial, right? You have to be some type of a VIP, right? And to get brand to do
You gotta be John Mayer or somebody.
you got to be like a John Mayer, but even the AP making a John Mayer dial for John Mayer, dude, that wasn't for John Mayer. That was John Mayer doing a collab with AP, and he was getting paid for it,
Right.
because he's basically selling, that's a marketing gimmick, kind of the John Mayer AP is like a Bark and Jack, similar to what Bark and Jack
Just at a
did.
different level.
Yeah, but on a different level, right? The AP with Cactus Jack That's the same thing. Cactus Jack putting his name on the AP. It's like Barkin Jack putting his name on the Christopher Ward, right? And but this is a different beast, right? This is not like now, because of what FP Jorn was able to do, like the business that he was able to create, with the funds that he got, from making this watch, making watches for other people, and create the business he's created. This watch is priceless. This could probably, if this ever went for an auction, this would go for millions of dollars, I bet. But I bet this doctor Eugene Schwind, if he's still alive to this day, he probably would never sell it.
Right.
Right. But if this sold, and someday, after doctor is dead, and this goes into
This is like a museum piece or something.
yeah, FP Jorn should probably try to buy it back somehow,
Right.
for his museum, or maybe he could talk to the doctor to
Put it on loan.
to have it someday in his to have the watch, like that he will never be sold, but it's like in the trust, and put it into the trust of the uh of the FP Jorn or something. I don't know.
Right. No, yeah. People do that all the time. Like if you have something from a president of the United States, you can donate it to the presidential library from that president, and it'll always be yours. It'll always say donated by you, but you still own it. But they maintain, like they. I have a story about that, but I'm not going to share it. But I have something that I actually donated to a presidential library, believe it or not, and it's in that presidential library, and it's mine. I'll tell you a story one day. But anyway,
yeah, you see, that's incredible. Like, this is incredible kind of stuff that I think, like, we all try to understand, like, how did FP Jorn get to where he's at, right? Why is his watches worth so much and stuff? And this is interesting piece of history.
it's given me more respect for him. I didn't realize he was doing this back then. I was reading his story. He started like at 19, had no knowledge of watches, and his story is very interesting. So I'm kind of getting more into the FP Jorn. I kind of see it, and I kind of like the brand now more. I don't say I know anything about watches. I just know what I like. That he's been around, and he was born in 1957. So he's he's in his 60s. He looks younger than late 60s.
What does it say about his, like, or do you have like something that they've written there about his early life?
Yeah. Check it. Check it out. Check it out, the private chat. And then there's the first link is not it. That's something I want you to show before we hang up. But the second link right here, the second link right there, the Gropopedia. This is pretty interesting. Like his whole. It's just a lot of words, but it's information. It's pretty.
Yeah, he has very interesting life. Very, very extensive history. He's been around, so you can see it, for a long time. And he's been making watches independently before it was cool.
Started as an apprenticeship in 1976. So it was you just going to work for someone, and
1970. Yeah. All right, let's keep watching with this video. I don't think we're gonna get a strike.
Proceeded to, I guess in today's terminology, flex. And he would go to every watch gathering and show it to all his friends and collectors. He would show off this incredible pocket watch with Remontoir d'Égalité, but he showed it to everyone except for George Daniels.
and no one knew who a watchmaker was at the time. Right?
Exactly. Okay, so let's cut from there. Few years later, another decade, we're in the 90s now, right? And François-Paul Jorn makes 3 amazing prototypes of wrist watches with tourbillons and Remontoir d'Égalité, which had never been done in the history of watchmaking. Correct?
Yeah, I think that was in 1991.
Yeah, right? So the first watch is dated 1191, and the third watch is dated 1593. And I don't know what the date of the second watch is because I haven't seen a picture of it.
Is that a 32-hour power reserve? Is that what that is?
Let me just
right, and he was seen a picture of it, but
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's the wristwatch, right? With Remontoir, the Galite turned into a wristwatch. What a piece. Let's rewatch this. This
A few years later, another decade, we're in the 90s now.
90s. So he creates the pocket watch, and then it spends 10 years to create this. This is like his starting piece.
Right.
And Francois Paul Joron
This
makes
is what he
three amazing prototypes of wristwatches with tourbillons and remontoirs.
Dude, this is for the first time ever. This much technology on a wristwatch. 1990s, bro. What the F, right? Like who else in 1990s
Was
making
even
something like
yeah,
this?
no one.
Not even close. Okay. Yes, it's much better than the pizza watch. Working hard. This, that's why people like FP Journe, that they're geniuses, right? It's not just, you can't just go to a traditional school and learn marketing, right? Like what Studio Underdog, I think they're humble. They're not pretending to be FP Journe, right?
Right.
And the guys there, they're not trained watchmakers in the same, in the same way as FP Journe was. Obviously, I mean, this is obviously look. FP Journe also didn't just create this watch on his own. He had to have had some of the most incredible teachers, right? Whoever he was working with and learning from to be able to create something like this. I mean, come on, this is next level technical skill. Circa 1991. This is first wristwatch with Remontoir de Galite.
This is like Einstein thinking, but on watches. I mean, like
Yeah.
Einstein would just be alone and come up with theories of relativity, whatever. So this came out of his mind. You know what I mean? This wasn't. You couldn't go read a book about this.
No. This is it's what it is. It's like, right, like there's certain technology that exists, and then he pushed it further, right? This is like called innovation, right? Nothing that Studio Underdog is doing is anything new, right? They're not pushing technology in any way forward.
No.
Right? This is
the complete opposite of Studio Underdog.
Right, exactly. Like there's stuff that maybe is Studio Underdog, they're kind of innovating in the marketing space. Maybe you could say they were one of the first brands to create food themed wristwatches. Okay? So if people are doing food watches now, they're following, but is that really like watch craftsmanship? Look, this kind of stuff is obviously not for everyone. Even when these watches first came out, they were extraordinarily expensive. But
the cheapest FP Journe now, other than a quartz, you can buy is like 150 grand, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But what I find really, really sad is like, look, at least here, if you were to buy this watch in the 90s, you were buying a pinnacle of technology. There are watches for 150,000 right now that are
basic
just
shitty
junk.
three-handers,
Yeah, that are not pushing anything, right? So that's where the trickery is. There's brands that pretending to be doing something, whilst in reality, they're doing Studio Underdog, but for $250,000. You see it? You see it? Like I think with like a lot of the stuff that Jacob and Co does is a lot like that. Like there's a lot of mostly marketing. Plus, he's not watchmaker himself. He's got these other watchmakers to do it for him. But
very refined. I guess like it's contracted out the very refined movement with the balance ring, etc. People like Jacob and Co. And they're god awful sometimes. They're like overly, to me.
Yeah, I agree.
Beautiful jewelry. Don't get me wrong. I'm being biased here. but not something I would wear. This is horology in the true sense of the word. And it was created, the idea was created by this guy Burgon or whatever in 1595, way back then.
Oh, it was.
Ep1746 actually brought it to
Life.
present day in a watch, which is something. But the reason why we're not seeing it is man, you gotta, at the end of the day, you gotta figure out who's gonna buy it. Now, Ep1746's got his clients that can afford to buy this sort of thing, and you know that there's gonna be someone at the end of the day that's gonna to buy it, or a group of people that would buy it for a museum or something. I mean, this is a lot of work. So
the Chinese are going to be making these any day now. They're going to be on Temu.
Yeah. And that scares me. That's opening up a whole other Pandora's.
Well, actually, look, Mickey, you're saying that as a kind of a joke, but who's making the movements for the Studio Underdog? It's the Chinese.
Yeah.
And guess what? They have labor that is now skilled in watchmaking.
Oh, I wasn't really. It was a half joke, half reality, and
yeah. It's half joke, half the reality. Because those young people who are starting out. Let's see here. Look, let's just go to this website here. They've got tourbillon movements. Maybe these are very affordable and kind of entry-level tourbillon.
But still.
But exactly, still, these people, they're making the movements, they're learning the technology, they're learning the skills, they're continuing to develop their skill.
That's not a bad-looking watch.
Yeah, I mean, look at this. It kind of looks, well, dude, it's a straight-up knockoff of the Lange.
Yeah.
Right? They even got the little 3 dots here, but this is a tourbillon for less than $1,000, $679. They're able to do a full tourbillon.
Yeah.
Okay. And the thing is, let's say this company could fall apart, right? But their best watchmakers who are working for this company, they could start making movements by themselves like Ep1746 did.
Yeah, they're basically apprentices at this.
Yeah, they're all apprentices. They're learning skills that they could.
And the good thing is they're only like 9 or 10 years old in these factories, so they have years and years ahead of them.
Exactly, Mickey.
Okay, goodbye, everybody.
Now you're talking. Oh my God, that looks like a Moser. Okay, now Daniel's definitely got to go.
Yeah.
He's got to.
Yeah, somehow it's an hour later. Goodbye.
I know. Sorry, Daniel. We're just I was just so fascinated with this video. I thought that it would be cool.
It's almost like this video needs its own show and not this wrapping up at the end.
By the way, we met Waco, an exhausted Waco, but he came over to us and shook hands with us in the halls of in the main show area in the hallways. Tim, me, and a few people, and shared a bit of humor about what he was going through for a few seconds, and then moved on. It was kind of nice.
Jimmy, do you want to reboot this video and talk about it again, or are you going to finish it?
No, we'll finish it.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll just get a little bit more to go. Bye, Daniel.
Bye, Danny.
Which had never been done in the history of watchmaking.
Yeah, I think that was in 1991.
Yeah.
Right?
So the first watch is dated 1191.
Oh, these are dates. I thought this was like 11 out of 91 pieces, but he put a date on the watch when he made it. That's
cool.
Wild, yeah.
And the third watch is dated 1593. And I don't know what the date of the second watch is because I haven't seen a picture of it, but somewhere between 91 and 93.
Wait, 1191, 15. What could the 15 be? There's no month of 15.
Wait, where's 15? Oh, wait, no.
Yeah, he said 15.
Or maybe it's a number of the week. Is that a 15?
Yeah, he says it. He says it. 15. Listen.
I don't know what the date of the second watch is because I haven't seen a picture of it, but somewhere between 91 and 93, he made these.
Before that, he says 1593.
Yeah, so let me see.
And I don't know what the first watch is dated 1191, and the third watch is dated 1593. And I don't know what the date of the second watch is because I haven't.
Oh, third product. Oh, well, why is it 15? Maybe it's number of the week. So like the
15th week.
15th week, yeah, of the 93. Out of 93, going to like 52 weeks.
Right.
Maybe that's how he did it, with like to be like funky or something, but I don't know. 1593. Huh. It can't be a month, right? Because
Yeah.
the 1193, I thought, oh, maybe that's
That's what I thought. It was November.
Yeah. But 15. Good catch. Good catch, Mickey.
Seen a picture of it, but somewhere between
Yeah,
91
right.
and 93, he made these 3 handmade prototypes of this incredible watch, right? And he was so frustrated because he showed this watch off at the AHCI booth, right? And I think it was received with what he refers to as very lukewarm reception.
And no one got it.
No one got
understood
it.
what the significance of what he accomplished.
And this is a problem with sometimes being so in advance of everyone else, being so much of a pioneer technically and such a horological visionary that no one kind of understood the significance of what he'd achieved. But what he really wanted to do was to create this watch in series. And through creating this watch in series, he would be able to start his own brand.
Yeah.
So finally, he had an idea given to him by a very charming woman named Camille
Berthet.
Berthet, exactly. And she proposed to him, Francois Paul, why don't you make this watch as a series of subscription watches? So tell us what a subscription watch is.
Well, subscription, I think if it's translated to...
So this is interesting because now we're talking about how to turn watchmaking into a business model, okay?
Yes, subscription.
Exactly. So now we're going to have a series of releases, right? You release watches in waves, in collections, right? So now you're thinking like it's kind of like what Studio Underdog is now doing, but they're like, people are not, a lot of people, they're not picking up on it because they don't see the marketing, but like doing all the pizza releases, the cocktail releases, the fruit
Well, it
release.
wasn't Adrian Barker's really a subscription watch? You know, you had a pre-order, you had to put an order and a subscription are the same thing, aren't they?
Yeah, well, was you could, it kind of is, yeah.
I'm asking, I don't know.
Like it is an edition, right? It is an edition of a Christopher Ward watch, right?
The NATO
But
strap.
he's not releasing his own watch, but he's doing a collab with them where they're taking no risk, right? Because Christopher Ward, right? They want to sell as many watches as possible, and they don't want to create stock that they're not going to be able to move, right? So they could have created 150 pieces limited edition Bark and Jack watch, but that would entail some risk. They could have, we don't know. Yes, he got 300,000 subscribers, but does that mean he can sell 300,000 watches? What's the conversion rate? You see it? And today it's much more difficult to convert viewers into buyers because the market is so oversaturated.
Saturated, yeah.
See, Bark and Jack, he should have been on this like a year ago. I think he should have been pushing for these kind of collabs.
Or how about that collab during the COVID hype years? I mean, that thing would have taken off when people were spending that money on watches during COVID.
Yeah,
COVID was a crazy time for watches.
Or COVID.
That's when everything Rolex was twice the prices right now in the green market. People were just buying shit to buy it.
That's the problem, right? Why are we buying a lot of the stuff, Mickey? Because we get fooled by the fucking marketing departments, and everybody's trying to market something to us. That's why I wanted to play this video to take us back to when Eugene Schwinn got FP Journe to make a tourbillon d'égalité for him that pushed the boundaries of watchmaking into the new realm and created a revolution in wristwatch space. You see it? Now, like we're kind of told to believe that we're kind of as if we're doing what Schwinn did. You see, but we're really not. We're just buying garbage that's pre-made for us. So Yeah, this is an important like a learning video for anyone collecting, like how to like be more selective with their taste, to actually understand what it is they're buying, why they're buying, and be very discerning about whether this thing actually means anything in any sense whatsoever. So let's continue here. The series, the business of FP Join subscription. This is from Breguet. Breguet invented subscription. I think this lady said, "Hey, why don't you do a subscription?" So what is a
So the
subscription?
English from French is subscription, right? So watchmakers in the past, I think maybe even from the 18th century and earlier, would come up with a design and they would propose that to potential clients to say, like, I'm gonna make this watch. Would you like to join me in this project? And I think Francois Paul actually the initial proposal was that once the watches were created, he would give like a 50%
Correct.
Right discount
Yes.
of the retail price, to the early supporters of his work.
Amazingly, the price that he offered to this 20 people from his subscription series was 27,000 Swiss francs, which in the
Wow, dude,
A lot of money at the time, probably, but
a lot of money. It's a lot of money today. $27,000, right? Today, I mean, it's like it's close to what the Grossman cost.
yeah.
Okay, 27,000, but that's for Tourbillon de Galite,
context of today and what Francois Paul Journe
made
watches are worth, and
by
what
the
this particular
watchmaker
watch is worth.
himself.
It's a steal.
It's staggering. It's staggering. But nonetheless, he very rapidly got 20 clients who said, okay, Francois Paul, let's absolutely do this. And then they gave him this 27,000 Swiss francs. And with this, he was able to start his own brand.
Yeah, in
Now, what's
1999.
Wow.
incredibly significant about these watches, all 20 of which were made between 1998 and 1999, was they were all essentially made by the man himself.
Yeah.
And if you look closely, there are so much incredible handmade details that are the signature of the great hand of the creator.
Yeah. But what I really love, when you talk about handmade quality, is you can see, these exposed screws that are on.
So now this is right. Those first three that they put the pictures on, those were the prototypes that were sold, like I guess to early adopters, and then he made it into a commercial model. And this is the first 20 pieces of the commercial model. You see, they're actually numbered from 1 to 20. That's the number 18 out of 20 that he's holding there, and that's a commercial model production. You see it. The dial is cleaned up. Everything, the borders are perfected. All the fonts, and this is all made by Francois himself.
Do you think that hurt or made the people that bought the subscription angry?
What do you mean?
Well, I mean, it's no. Of course,
One of the first ones, but now there's more of them out there. I don't know what I'm trying to say. Like, it was
You
limited.
mean no? They're different. So see, look, this is the prototype version,
Okay.
right? Then these are going to be way more valuable,
Oh, yeah.
obviously, because if you can have the prototype, that's even more incredible, right? But then those people were probably the people who owned the prototype. They were probably some of the first people who were offered to buy the first commercial
As well, yeah.
brand. Yeah. And so, hey, you bought my early prototype. Would you like to be the first one to get one of my commercially available models?
Right.
Boom. They were probably the first three customers in line to get number 1, number 2, and number 3.
This is the same as your Atelier Wen numbered 0 watch.
Damn, that's brutal. Brutal, man. Yeah. Look, it's hard. It is hard. But what I also like about this is that today these limited editions are so prevalent. It's also popular, right? It's almost like second nature, right? Oh, limited to 100 pieces, and we've seen so many brands having
Yeah, but
watches
they're limited, but they're
out
not.
of
They're not this kind of technology and specialness. They're just
right.
what makes them special is they're limited. There's and that's it.
Yeah, they're limited because
Like a rainbow Daytona. Yeah, okay, great. It's there's only so many of them, but What did you do? You just added a bunch of diamonds and rubies to it. That there's nothing special there.
And exactly. And it's not like it's limited because you actually can't make anymore. It's
Right.
limited because they're thinking they probably can't sell more than this. Whereas this is literally limited because he wouldn't be able to make more. He was this is the investment money that he got the enough money. 27,000. Let's do some math here. Okay, calculator.
And then
Here.
that didn't go just to the watches because they said that he used that money to start his company. So like
Exactly.
that went to rent. That one probably went to his personal rent and his car payment. And like that was what fed him. Like that was his.
That's the business seed money.
Right.
Right? Because obviously it would probably cost him less to make these these watches each. But he needed to make sure that he has enough money to start a legitimate business. From there, getting this money, right? He gets the money up front, right? Then he can sit down, he can hire a few people. You really don't have the anxiety, right? It gets rid of a lot of anxiety. That plus you already sold the
his
watch.
super chat.
Yeah. Oh, what?
It was his super chat.
It was his super chat. Exactly. It was his first super chat. Was his big super chat where he could actually, like, he wasn't thinking small. He was thinking how to become the most important brand in the world, right? That's why he was tackling something that has never been done, right?
Sure.
With this movement, making this movement commercially available, it's his thing that makes him legitimate. All other
Yeah,
brands,
it's his legacy.
yeah, they have something. And then he didn't stop here. He continued to then create other innovative movements like this, continuing to pushing the boundaries of watchmaking. And in a very clever way. And marketing back then, that was freaking brutal, right? There was no Instagram. There was none of this stuff. There was no secondary market. You couldn't flipping wasn't even an option. That people weren't even thinking that in the future there would be auctions where these things could possibly even go for these multiple times, right? People
Yeah, they
who were
bought it because
buying
they loved it.
Yeah.
Just like people that bought the Porsches now that are worth $600,000. They bought it because they loved it.
Yeah, there's people like right now. I think so many watch brands were created nowadays, and it's so much easier to create a watch brand nowadays.
Oh, no
If you just
question.
because you could just say, "Oh, we'll make sure that these." This is how Aventi was created, right? They said, "Oh, we'll make these limited. These take really forever to make. They're investments, right?"
Put a down payment on it.
Yeah, and people spend stupid money because they thought that this is going to be investment. But Francois, they weren't even selling it like that. There was no, they didn't even think that this stuff could be
Yeah,
worth
no
anything
promise
in the
of that.
future.
Yeah, no promise
There's no
of that.
promise. Yeah, there's no promise of anything. It became what it became because people, I think, eventually caught on. They learned what it is that they're actually holding here. And how significant it was and how intelligent this guy was.
Yeah, those are the perfect. Even just I'm just staring at it. Even the lugs, it's just the perfect watch. I mean, the shape of that watch really
Mm.
simple. It's so simple, but
Let's keep playing.
Adjusting the montre d'égalité, screwing the bridge into the dial. I mean, setting the hand for the power reserve mechanism. I mean, it's absolutely spectacular. This watch, these 20 watches, essentially created the geometric blueprint for what will become one of the most important brands of all time. And if you look at it, what I really love about it is that you see from the beginning his whole idea of balance between time indication and the display of complication. If you look at it, both the tourbillon and the dial for the hour and minute are given equal sort of importance on the dial, right? One at 9 o'clock and one at
It's an incredible design, right? To make a tourbillon the same size as uh, the time telling device, and then balancing out the power reserve at the top with the Remontoire here at the bottom, right? This is not just it's not just creating this complication, but then laying everything out in such a way. This is kind of Lange's, like, right? Lange is kind of known for their laying stuff
Placement,
out,
yeah.
and but they're so thick, the Langes. This watch is very wearable, and the earlier models were even smaller than his modern stuff. Like, this is like a 38 mil watch, very thin, extremely wearable. Probably one of the first watches with this level of complication and such wearability.
3 o'clock.
Yeah.
And what
I mean, because what's happening at 9 o'clock is regulating what's happening at 3 o'clock.
precisely.
Mm.
And then at 6 o'clock, you have the remontoire égalité that you can see functioning as you watch.
Yeah. So it will inspire him to include that function in the tourbillon souverain.
Exactly. Now, what's important to understand is that the first production series of watches was from 1999 to 2003. And already those watches have skyrocketed to extraordinary values. But this is even more rare. It's one of the 20 watches that precede that and basically define everything about the brand and that makes it François Paul such a legend today. Right?
Okay, so if we look at some past auction results in 2020 at Philips, I think their Geneva Watch Auction 11, one of these subscription models, I believe it was number 14. It sold for 1.4 million Swiss francs.
Ooh, $1.4 million for a $27,000 watch.
At the same time, though, that almost makes more sense to me than somebody paying $1 million for an old beat up Daytona or something. You know what I mean? There's been some $1 million watches.
This is cheap, right? It's like getting it for the
relatively
cheap.
speaking.
Yeah, for what it is. If you know what it is, right?
Yeah.
And Daytona is kind of, it's all hype driven,
Yeah.
right?
Well, it wasn't their movement. It was just
It's just like a historically significant watch. Steve McQueen wore it, but like, it's not even that big of a deal. This is freaking Tourbillon d'Égalité, in the wristwatch, the first of its kind,
right?
Made in a batch of 20 pieces. This is a history. He's a mad scientist creating a watch that's just out of control.
And just a year later in 2021.
And that's cheap. That's really, and there's number one
of the series went for over 3.5 million Swiss.
3.5, but that's number 1 out of 20.
Yeah.
Still, I think that's cheap because
you wonder if like 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, if they got a little better, because obviously I don't know if I want number 1. I want number 1 significant for the value, but like, hey, give me number 14. That way, you at least perfected it some. I don't know. Don't give me the guinea pig.
I wonder if I don't even know if they were probably created all the same time. He probably created 20 hands, 20 dials, and then
maybe
put them together all at the same time.
Well, those first 2 were made 2 years apart, though. So
yeah, maybe they are a little bit different, because it looks like there's a different in the, like, a bit of, is it shading? Is it the photography that makes it look different? I don't know.
One's lighter. It could be the lighting, but
it is lighting, very similar. But yeah.
I mean, that's probably hand painted letters, right?
Well, no, he's got a stamp for it.
Do you think?
Yeah. It's a transfer mechanism. It's like a print transfer. They lay it there, and then they put the thing down, and they put it on the other thing.
I'm running out of time, so you have to either wrap this up or.
All right, let me just play.
3.5 million Swiss francs. So there's just huge and incredible demand for these early subscription FP Jaune watches. What's the list on this way?
From what I understand, it's in excess of $3 million US. Wow. But again, I mean, what are you going to say? It's irreplaceable. There's only one of them. Plus, it's a very interesting number. It's number 18 as well.
Number 18. That's a lucky number.
What's interesting about that number?
Apparently, Asians like the number 8.
Oh, okay. Yes, you're right. You're right. Yeah.
Lucky number.
And it's also a very
Numerology. You see it, numerology.
Yeah.
Comes back. It's people believe they're superstitious.
interesting number is number 18. So I mean, it's 2 watches away from the end of this series, and
it's an auspicious number.
And it's an auspicious number here in Asia as well. But I mean, if you look at this watch, and I'm now going to give myself the inordinate sort of pleasure of putting on my wrist. It is.
Do you feel you've been touched by God?
You know what? I actually do. It is just magnificent to behold.
By the way, he has a sleeve tattoo like Timepiece Gentleman.
You know,
I think it's
Kinda
not wrong to
similar.
say that
Oh my
Francois
God.
Paul is the spiritual successor to 2 of the greatest to have ever done it, right? Breguet and George Daniels. Right?
Yes.
Both inspired by them, but just the breadth of the horological inventions that he would later produce throughout his 20-year career.
Remember that when he presented a watch to George Daniels to celebrate all of his achievements, he mentioned that George Daniels to him was the greatest of all time. Or certainly in our era, and George Daniels actually said to Paul, actually, it's not me anymore. Now it's you.
Yeah, you're the best. I think that's what he said.
Incredible,
Damn. So George Daniels even passed on the torch to F. Bijour, not Roger Smith.
Yeah.
Dude. And if you think about it, right, like F. Bijourn's business is way bigger than Roger Smith. Right, F. Bijourn, 1,000 watt. Right, he turned his name into a massive brand.
So that's just a sovereign there, right?
That's a sovereign, yeah. This is the gift that he.
So I can
gave
get one of
to-
those tonight for 163 on Chrono 24.
It's cheap. If you get it now, you'll probably double your money in the next couple of years. I know how ridiculous that is, FP. But if you put it, let me see, FP. How do I brands? Okay. How the?
I saw it just then under F.
They got 2 Jorns. Oh no, they have this one, Quantime.
I don't like that.
Let's check 1916 company. They're running out. Everybody's buying them up. This summer or like last year's summer, the sports models were unwanted. Nobody wanted them. And
Will the quartz ones ever be of any value?
dude, they're already out. They're gone. They're going for 200,000 now.
That's crazy.
Yeah. It's too late, unfortunately. The ship has sailed. There's not enough.
I couldn't do. I mean, it's still an FP Jorn, but I don't know if you're gonna do it. You go big or go home.
You could last year. You could have bought this for 40,000.
I don't.
Now
like
it's
that.
190.
See, I don't like that.
I know, but it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I know.
It doesn't matter. That was 40,000.
What you like?
I think people just buying it because it doesn't
Oh,
matter.
I like that
It's
green
FP
though.
Jorn.
That green's cool.
Oh my god, that's 370,000 now. That was like under 100, and it even overtaken the chronometer blue. Chronometer blue, it's 180,000 now.
Wow,
dude. Wow. These watches, they're gone. Look at the low stock on 1916. It's all been gobbled up.
Wow.
By investors. Tim G really fucked up selling his for under 100K. He's like, I made 30,000 profit. Well, he could have made 100,000 profit.
Yeah, coulda, shoulda, woulda though.
Yeah. It is. It is what it is. You never know. In retrospect, it all could have collapsed. And
Right.
a lot of people are also speculating that this is a bubble. They're in a bubble here. A lot of people are buying up these FP Jorns, and there's kind of a bubble in it because these ones, they're not very desirable. Like you said, they're kind of ugly, but people
Yeah.
are buying them up just because
Look
that's
how
the only
the
FP Jorn
bracelet's
they can
wider
get.
than the lugs. The bracelet's wider than the lugs on the
Yeah,
bottom.
the bracelet's got these rubber pieces on the side
Oh, is that
that are like bumpers. Yeah, because it's supposed to be like a sports watch. So it's got this rubberized sides, and the case I
He
think is
tried.
made out of aluminum.
He
or-
tried too hard on that one.
Yeah, it's innovation. The whole movement
And then
is
it's
made of
44
aluminum.
millimeter, so that's just not. I don't know. Not that I have the money to do an FP joint, but I would want something. What little I know that seems more classic, if you know.
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
Hey, are you done with that video?
I think it's like 1 minute left.
Right.
This watch is incredibly enough is available for sale here at Watchbox in Leah Towers in Singapore. I guess if you are as thrilled about horology as we are, and you want to have a once in a lifetime experience, you can probably even make an appointment to come here.
Yeah, you guys should. I mean, off camera, we have a lot of good stuff that we're not able to show you today, but I saw a Rainbow Daytona, a centigraph from FP's drone as well.
I mean, yeah, there's some amazing watches here.
Incredible
They have
pieces.
some true unicorns here, but this is probably the rarest of them all, and it is an honor to be in its presence. Jeremiah, thank you for joining me.
There we go.
Very
Mickey.
cool. Hey, real
thank
quick,
you.
I was share something with the chat, even though I'm the one that wants to go. That link I sent you that says blog tool watch, this may or may not be interesting to people. I found this article and I saved this, and this works for people that we talked about. Some watches are +2 seconds and -2 seconds. And maybe everyone in the chat knows this, but there's, depending on how you lay your watch at night, you know that you can gain time or lose time, or did you see the article I put in the private chat?
Yeah. Let me pull it up on the screen.
Just quickly flash it up.
I put it in the chat, the link in the chat.
Yeah, in case anyone doesn't know this, and I've been watching this for a long time, but I didn't really pay attention to it. But I've been testing this out, and if you scroll down, keep going. So yeah, if your watch is losing time, you want to gain, you put the watch flat, with the dial up. If your watch is running a little slow, you put the watch on the case side with the crown facing down. If the watch is running way too fast, you put it the case side down with the crown up, I think it says. But anyway, I've been testing this, and it actually affects my watches. And so if that's a tip that anyone didn't know, or it's kind of fun to go, my watch is a little fast, and then I'll put it like whatever it says, crown down, for a day and a half, and I'm like, oh, it's almost back on time again. So kind of interesting. Some of us don't probably think, we just throw our watch on the dresser at night and you don't think how you're laying it down, but it can make a difference if anyone gives a F. I thought that was interesting.
That is interesting. I guess like it would also depend on
because it
how
affects
the
the
movement.
spring maybe or something, or
Well, it
rotor?
affects on in how the gravity is pulling on the balance wheel.
Balance wheel, yeah.
Right. So, for example, the balance wheel, if you're putting the watch down like this, right, like flat crystal down,
Yeah.
that's the most natural. That's how movement is put together.
Right.
The hairspring is in its most natural position with this being face down. You put it like this, now the gravity is pulling on the hairspring and it's pulling it down, and so the hairspring is pushed towards the what's it called, towards the balance cock,
Right.
So it's pushing into the opposite direction. Now when you put it like this sideways, the balance spring is this way, right?
Yep.
But it's going to be leaning towards, right? Because it's going to be, it is trying to rotate as much as possible this way, but
Yeah.
it will either lean this way or this way depending on how the movement is inserted.
Yeah.
Right.
So, yeah. Anyway, if anyone, Mike Lewis said, thanks for the information. I don't know if he was busting my balls or not, but I thought it was interesting, and it works. At least for mine, it seems like if it's running a little fast, I lay it whatever it says, and 8 hours later, I'm like, hey, it's kind of cut up a couple seconds,
Yeah, I think this is amazing. It's good information to know for people. The link to the article is also there, so you guys can go follow it, read it in full details. So good stuff, guys. Thank you so much for watching. If you enjoyed the show, make sure to hit that upvote button. That's the easiest and most affordable way to support the show. If you want to send one super chat before we leave, some kind of tips for the show, I would really appreciate it. Or
I don't work for free, guys.
well, actually, Mickey, Well, look, Mickey, I'll try to buy you coffee or something.
Okay,
Yeah,
that's
I
fine.
would love to treat
Please,
you
please.
treat you to some more stuff.
That was a good show, Timmy.
As it is. Yeah. No, thank you for joining in.
That was 4.5 hours. That was a big one.
Yeah, yeah.
We tried to stop 6 times.
Yeah, I know. I started off, dude. I thought
Hour show.
die in the morning. You
Yeah.
know, from yesterday.
Where's the
Oh,
roommate? She hasn't hit you in the head or
no,
nothing.
she's over here on the couch. She's very quiet. I think
Oh.
she's sad that
She's leaving.
gonna be leaving. Yeah, I fucked up. I didn't get her coffee earlier today. She sent me a text message earlier, something, and then she says, "I'm at Starbucks," and I just gave her a thumbs up, and I think I would, like, went to take a shower, and then 2 hours later, I checked the phone, and she put in after I'm at Starbucks. She sent another line, put money on the card.
Oh shit.
Yeah, I'm like, oh, well, why? Fuck, I didn't see that. You should have included it. In one.
That's the point. Yeah, that's the whole point. Put that first.
Yeah, put that first. I don't need to know that you're at Starbucks. I couldn't
Right.
care less.
Yeah.
Send the important information. Put money on the Starbucks card. It doesn't matter whether you're at Starbucks or not Starbucks. I don't care. Tell me what you want me to do first. Okay? It's that simple because I don't check sometimes I check my phone and then I'll just leave it. I won't be checking it for a couple hours,
Yeah.
And then when I check in, I might check Instagram. I might not go because I got WhatsApp, Instagram, YouTube. There's so many places that I don't always answer text
You
messages.
need to design an app that allows you to get all of your messages from Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, Gmail. Think about that. One app that could have everything in one location. That would probably be horrible, but I don't think that exists.
I think that might exist somewhere.
Does it?
Yeah, but do I want to get that? Do I want to bother with it? It's it's tough. It's tough.
All right.
All right. Good night.
Good night,
Guys,
chat.
should I play an
Thanks.
outro song? Kind of music.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Play some Radiohead.
Oh yeah, some Radiohead. Okay. I love Radiohead.
What's that song? Something music for the end of a movie. What's that one song called? Doesn't matter.
See. Everything in its right place. What do you think of that one?
There you go. That's good.
Cool. That's a cool one. That's a cool title for the outro. Guys, hit that upvote button. I'll be back tomorrow.
Night, Timmy.
In its right place, in its right place, in its right place, in its right place. Yesterday I woke up sucking on lemon. 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 Everything. Everything, and it's right. its right place, in its right place, right place. There are two colors in my head. There are two colors in my head. What is that you tried to say? What was that you tried to say? Tried to say. Tried to say. Try to say, try to say.